We need to make sure that our audio's good and the video's good. And I hope that I've chosen the correct
It says waiting for you.
setting. And what I mean by the correct setting, I'm hoping that I have this connected to our T-Mobile. So we're early. Like I said, we'll let you guys saunter in at your own leisure before we talk about anything that's of importance. And the camera is definitely crooked.
Oh, but it don't look crooked.
Yeah, it doesn't look crooked. Why is that? That's weird. I'm definitely sure. MC says first. You're almost always first. MC, I got a question. Did you change didn't your thing used to be CM? Did you flip it? Is that what happened? Yeah, you're right. It doesn't look crooked, although it should be crooked.
Fixed my shirt. It was crooked.
Your shirt's crooked?
It was.
Hey, Merle. That is awesome that you are on here. It seems like every time we try to put together something like this, it's you're on the road. Oh, you changed it. Okay. All right. Like I said, we're early, so...
Merle, are you in the States?
Yeah, are you in the U.S. now? I know that you said you was heading... You showed us your path, and then we weren't in that path, unfortunately. Phil and Linden, Maryland. Howdy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. We want you guys to tell us about the audio, so I'll be quiet and just touch my mic. If that sounds correct, now Heidi's... We're going to be quiet, and she will touch her mic. So let us know if either one of us is louder or quieter than the other, or...
Hello, Carmen.
They caught the cop killer today, but not Brian L. Who's the cop killer? Back in Canada, home fight Friday. Nice. We can hear it. Cool. Sound is fine, except when you scratch it. Yeah, we decided to come on just a little bit early. I thought we were doing this at 6. Heidi asked me, and I told her to do it at 7. And, yeah. So anyways, you get the idea of why we're doing this early here.
Plus, we can't be here
Sounds perfect. Awesome.
all night. Like,
Oh, yeah. That's the other thing, which you guys will find out here. Well, I mean, I'll tell whoever's watching it now. We can't do one of these cop killer killed a Nassau County deputy. Hey, Middle Tennessee, hello. Hey, from North Carolina.
hi, Chuck and Sherry. They're from Ohio.
So the place that we're at, we were supposed to be here for another
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Is
Not-
it not quite 2 weeks?
yeah.
Yeah. We're going to be here 3 weeks total, and it's part of the encore thing, which I mentioned, I think, in the park walkthrough. That desk that you're referring to, or her TV tray, it's in our store. We're going to do a call to action, guys. But anyways, let me try to stay on track first. We were supposed to be here 3 weeks. After a short time, I don't know, it was a little bit too laid back for us. There's lots of people coming in and out of here all the time. The people are fine. Everything's good about the park. The park is nice. It's quiet, peaceful. There is somebody that shoots a gun off about every other day in a distance somewhere we can hear. Every once in a while, because Camp Lejeune's not that far away, you hear military aircraft come over. You know, Chinook, or not Chinook, sorry.
What was that?
It's a plane. It's
got,
yeah, but it's like Gosling. No, that's not it. It's the big bird. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's the one that the propellers are straight up. Anyways, they fly over, stuff like
will
that.
this help you?
No, I know what it looks like to shoot it down.
Oh, no. I was just saying, maybe if you've seen it.
The reason I said that, I was in air defense artillery. I was a mechanic for the air defense. Yes, Osprey. That's it. That's what it was. I couldn't remember what it was called. I knew it was a big bird. So, anyways, we just decided that we wanted to leave a little bit early. The other thing is there's a couple nights it got down to the upper 50s. I'm sorry, the lower 50s, right? It was 53 that one day in the morning. Just a little cold for, I don't mind if it's in the middle of the winter for that. It's fall weather. It's just not our kind of weather. We want it to stay as warm as possible, as long as possible. Yes, live. Anyways, something I want to kind of throw out there, and I might talk about it a few times tonight. If you guys can, it's the same thing as always. Amazon affiliates, we earn money from affiliate sales on Amazon. I don't know if you guys know that or really understand it or anything, but basically if you purchase from Amazon, which a lot of you do, we know a lot of people do. We see that all the time. Everybody says, hey, always use your link. If you could, anytime that you think about that you want to purchase something, just go down in our description, click our store. Once you're in Amazon, you can pretty much shop and buy whatever you want. It doesn't have to be in our store. And we'll get some sort of a credit for that. And the thing is we're finding that it's the piece of the pie is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it's incredible. I'm talking about half of what is usual, and I don't know what that means. I honestly don't know. Yeah, that's exactly right. It's crazy the way it is. And normally I try not to push that, except in the videos. You hear me a lot of times say, if you're wanting to buy the same thing, use the link in the description, get to our store, whatever, or you'll see it pop up on the screen. But it's requiring more of a push on our end a little bit more, just to mention it. And don't feel obligated. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I have no problem with that at all. But we have to say, we definitely have to.
It doesn't cost you a penny.
Yeah, it doesn't cost any extra.
But even if you go to the link that takes you to our store, you don't actually have to buy that product. You can search whatever you want to buy.
Once they're in our store, though, they can just do an Amazon search in Amazon, and it should. We hope. Yeah. I hope that's what's going on. I thought that's what it would work. Yeah, it's a crazy thing. There's no rhyme or reason how it works or how one month can be better than another month. It's weird. It's too virtual for me to understand. I'm just too old to do that. I mean, we know that whenever we need to earn more money in the past, we need to work harder. We need to do more jobs. Being a small engine mechanic and having that shop, I had to bring in more business, or I had to turn over more rebuilt product, go to the auction, buy more, sell more, work on more. And Heidi knew that in her case, she was salary, so it didn't make a difference with her except for her bonuses. So she had to work harder on her bonuses. But, we're always used to being in control of that. And really, we don't have control of that other than us mentioning it. So I've seen Miller or friend's house. Oh, cool. One thing I don't understand on your guys' playback on this. If at this point, let's pretend the live is over with and somebody is seeing this because they didn't get a chance to jump on with us tonight. I'm not sure why. I think there's a way you should still be able to see all the comments, correct?
Only the comments while other people are watching while they are watching. They can't see. We can only see these comments.
No, I'm saying. Oh, they can't? Why not?
Only while it's live. And then while it's playing
back.
Yeah. Only the comments that people are watching.
What are you talking about? Like all these comments?
They won't be there.
Why won't they be on there if they click the right box?
I don't believe so.
See, I don't know. I think we might have to go to the other format that we used to. If you guys go back, and this is why, we pay a decent amount of money for fast internet. When we have fast internet or fast cellular data, which right now you guys are on T-Mobile, we like that the quality of the video, it's usually pretty good. We have a camera with a real high dollar lens on it, which in this case, this is just a phone. You guys are watching us on a Galaxy S9 Plus, and the reason that we don't use our Note 20 Ultras is because the S9 Plus has the ability for me to keep a charger plugged into it, and it has a microphone, a separate microphone input. Now, we could do it through the Note 20 Ultras or whatever we have, but I had already bought a case that has a twist-on optical lens, a high-quality optic lens, to make it a wider angle so you guys can see as much as you are, because the camera's not very far away. I could just lean up and touch the phone. I should say camera, the phone. So whenever YouTube allows you to do a live video, no matter how good my internet's been, I've never been able to post any better than like 720, which I'm going to look right now, and we will see as I interrupt Tidy. Yeah, we're at 720. That's the highest that we can be at. I hate that. It should be 1080. So we might have to go back to a different streaming platform or change our streaming platforms, which will give you guys 1080. Also, it will allow the comments to be burned into the actual footage that will eventually be a playback thing. So anyways, getting back to what I was saying about us being here and what's going on tonight. Yeah, we won't be able to do no marathon or anything like that, because tomorrow morning we have to get up and head out of here early. Meet my sister and her husband close to where they live for an early lunch, and then we got to depart there and head on to South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina, which, if you guys ever look at the 1,000 trail parks, it's kind of funny. There is, from where we're at now, there's no more 1,000 trail parks, right? Yeah. I don't think there's any more 1,000 trail parks any further south until you get to the one that's along, and I'm talking about along the eastern coast, in Yemassee, South Carolina. So we'll stop there, and I think we're going to be there a couple days, and then that's it. We're heading even further south, and we decided to stay at a place in Crescent City, Florida. It's close to the it's close to the St. Johns River, but it's also close to a spinoff of the St. Johns River. I can't remember what that lake was called. It's a big lake down there. Crescent Lake, maybe? I don't remember. I think we want to.
That's where we're going.
Yeah, that's where we're going. We're going to hang out down there for a couple weeks. No, it's not quite that long, is it? Is it 10 days?
It's 2 weeks.
Is it 2 weeks? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to stay there, and then I think then we go to Daytona. We'll be down in Daytona. We'll be there. Tentatively, we got 3 weeks. That's what it's right now. Then we'll be in Eustis for 3 days, I think it is. And then, so far, our plans have us in Wildwood for a month. So we'll have to see how that works out. Love your tropical shirt. Come on down here to South Florida. Yeah, these shirts...
got 99 of them.
72 degrees, 74 degrees. That's about all the colder I can handle with these. They're very thin. Very, very thin. 80, 90, 100. These are fine. That's such a thin shirt. And I have a lot. I have a lot of these.
I think he has like 20.
I do have a lot. And the reason is because they don't wrinkle. They wash very easy. And they hardly weigh anything, and you can put a lot of them in the closet. Trucks. Oh, that's okay. They were talking about stay. Yeah, that was good. I'm just happy to meet people when we're out.
Yeah.
That's really nice. So The gentleman behind us, that's camped behind us, he's a new RVer. He's a trip. He's from Newton, Mass, and he's heading south. It's funny because a lot of these people we are close to here, they're leaving, and they're doing the same thing. They're heading down south. So when we get to Daytona, he will be in Daytona. He'll show up in Daytona, so we're going to see him again. It's kind of funny, but it's nice to again meet people and hang out with people. So anytime at all, and sometimes our stays are a lot longer with people than what maybe they should. We get talking and hanging out. Next thing I know, 5 hours have gone by, and what a shock, right? You guys wouldn't expect that. No, that can't be. That can't be true. So again, we're not supposed to be live for another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I need to get a drink of water already. I'm getting a little parched. The cup's probably going to be a collectible now. The Indians, you can't buy this anymore. Well, not at least. That's, what's that called? A registered trademark, Now it's the Cleveland Guardians. I guess.
Starting tomorrow, I think.
Greetings from Amish company. Who was just talking about Amish? Oh, Donnie. The guy next to us, his name's Donnie Moore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was just talking about that. Hey, Donnie, if you're checking out the video, howdy. You're right outside the door. Yes, a little early. You get, thank you,
Jacqueline.
Appreciate that.
That's sweet.
We got a super chat. I forgot that was even on here. I forgot that super chat thing was on here. We haven't done that forever.
It's not fuzzy here.
Yeah, it's definitely not fuzzy. You may want to give it a little bit of time. It's
maybe reload it.
Yeah, reload it. That's possible. It could be it's bad connection. Did you guys make a decision on a new fifth wheel yet? I have Class C motorhome, but I want a travel trailer, but I don't have a truck. Maybe in a couple years. Okay.
We have not decided on the fifth wheel yet.
Yes, there's a lot of things that are in motion.
Yeah.
So, do we have an ideal fifth wheel in mind? Yes.
But
that's about it.
Yeah. And I mean, we'll keep saying the same thing.
Yeah, there's only so much we're able to talk about at this point. So we'll don't trust me. The Patreon, all our Patreon people, they'll be the first. They'll be the first to know. I mean, right away. We'll probably leak a little bit on Facebook or Instagram potentially. So follow us on Facebook and Instagram if you don't already. And then YouTube will, of course, we'll do a full-blown explanation video in that. So usually what happens on Instagram and Facebook, we just throw up a little, hey, check this out. And maybe it's cryptic. I mean, sometimes it's not. But there's a lot of stuff in the works. So we really can't. It's not that we can't talk about it, but we shouldn't talk about it. Right. Yeah, it's not correct to talk about it at this point. Exactly. That's all. But we love, like I said, we have one in mind. We've talked about it in the past, and it's exciting. It's exciting. I know one thing for sure. I think there's going to be, at some point, a quick sale of the cap of our freaking truck if we do get into a fifth wheel. You're talking bad about it. I never really liked the cap. You know what? I see tons of people with that brand of cap. I've only seen 2 other people that have the exact, one other person that had the exact same cap as we do, and one other person that had the exact same cap we used to until we went into this one. Oh, heck, they're so expensive. They seem happy, and I think that's the problem. I think the reason we don't see a lot of the same cap like ours out there, I mean, we paid almost $4,000 for the cap.
Yeah.
I mean, those things are expensive. And you know what? Whenever we sell it, I have full intentions of being able to sell it for less than half of that, if that. Because for whatever reason, truck caps do not hold their value at all. At all. I don't know why. I couldn't have got the money out of my pocket fast enough if I could have found this cap that we have on the truck used, even if it was the wrong color, because you can get them repainted for, what did we get our old one repainted for? 400?
Less than $500.
Yeah, it was like $400 or $450. We brought it to a body shop and they completely, color matched and got us the right color. I don't think that's Massachusetts. Yay. But that's don't do Facebook or Instagram. But that's the one thing that I'm concerned about is you got to move forward at some point. But we had so much invested in that cap that it's, and don't get me wrong, we have sold and given away stuff so cheap because we realize that one thing we can't buy is time. And I don't want to waste time dorking around trying to sell our electric bikes, for example, and try to get top dollar out of it whenever, again, it's wasting our time dealing with multiple people. If we have a serious buyer, I'd rather just, sell it outright, which I think we've already covered that. We did sell our electric bikes there. We sold those when we were back in Ohio, and the gentleman that bought it was very happy. He actually, I think, sent us a message or something.
Yeah, he's really happy with them.
Yeah, talked about how excited it was once he got them home and he got to use them, which is cool. Canada. So, everybody that's on here from Canada, which there's quite a few of you, I'm sure. What's the rumor mill, or what's the feeling, or what's the vibe up there as far as you guys not really being able to come into the U.S. still? Do you care at this point? Are you, even if they did open the borders, are you saying, I don't know, I don't want to go down there? There's a lot of people that aren't vaccinated, that aren't masked up, or, whatever. I mean, is it that, or is everybody like at the Kentucky Derby? They're all in the gates just waiting for the bell. I'm trying to get a sense of that. And the reason I ask that is because a lot of the industry down here, the further south we get it, especially going into Florida, Texas, Arizona, all the people that depend on all the snowbirds coming down from Canada, they kind of they don't think it's going to happen this year. They're not sure. They don't think it's going to happen though. So I was just curious. Curious what you guys think. Next couple months in Vegas, cool.
They said they might be in worse shape than.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
It's kind of rough here. It's still not great.
Well, they say, I don't know, I haven't seen lately, but they say that Florida was terrible.
Yeah, and we're going to that state. That state's kind of rough with some of the stuff going on down there. I don't know. I just kind of do as I told to some extent. It's hard to tell. But anyways, I'm just trying to get a feeling for it because the place that we are going in January, that park is normally filled with Canadians. I mean, if you look at the list of names of the people that stay in that park, and how many sites are there? Maybe 150, 200 maybe at the most. Probably 150. Maybe, about 150, I think.
Probably not even that many.
If there are more than 5% of that park that's not, that's not French Canadian, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean, all their names. You could see them on the list, and they're all French. So last year when we stayed there, it was like a ghost town, and this year it's kind of looking that way to some extent. But we'll fill you in on that whenever if we get down there, because the owner of the park is awesome. The guy's great, and we really like the park. It's not everybody's cup of tea by no means. It's just it fits for us. We feel comfortable there. We like it there, and it's kind of like it's not. It's because it's not a park. It's not a campground. It's not even really a resort. I mean, they do have a swimming pool. They have a laundry facilities. They have like a common area. I think they have horseshoe pits, and I think maybe shuffleboard, possibly. I don't remember that for sure.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I can't remember that. But it's not a resort like there's no lake, there's not a trail, or any a hiking trail or a biking trail or nothing like that. But what they do have is a great location in a nice neighborhood area that is close to everything that you need to basically live there. To live and not, you can go outside and hang out and, just be yourself. I don't think they have any fire rings or anything like that. It's not like that. It's kind of like you can go down there and live. It's like you could, that would be your neighborhood. You're moving into a neighborhood. It just feels comfortable for us. So we're trying to give it a shot for a little bit longer, and I feel bad because, yeah, it's not last. We can't.
We don't know.
We don't know. The first year was last
COVID.
year, yeah, and then of course this year it's kind of going that same path. I'll tell you how bad it is, and if I'll kind of run this by you guys so you know. Let's see how to start. Whenever we joined Thousand Trails, they were finding that they had a need to offer a membership that would allow people to stay longer in Thousand Trail parks. So we had bought into the Ultimate Odyssey program when we first signed up, and that allowed you to stay at Thousand Trails for 28 days, and then you could go to another Thousand Trails park for 28 days, and so forth. You could also make reservations, I should say, it also allowed us to do 6-month reservations ahead of time. So we had, whenever we wanted to stay somewhere, we would go back on the calendar 6 months, mark that date, and then make the reservation for the month, 6 months out. On the other Trails collection that's attached to Thousand Trails that you buy into, and you should, everybody should buy into it, was the Encore Parks. And the Encore Parks, there's a ton in Florida. They're all over Florida. Florida only has 3,000 trail parks, but they have a lot of Encore Parks. The problem with our Ultimate Odyssey membership that we had was that we were only allowed to do 2 weeks in an Encore Park. Then we had to be out of the Encore Parks for 1 week. Now, we could go to a Thousand Trails park at that point, or we could go somewhere else. Then we could come back into the system and stay another 2 weeks, without any charge, except for some of the resorts have resort fees. Some of them charge like $3 for 50 amp service, stuff like that, just minor amounts. Like if you go to the Florida Keys, you got to pay, I think, $10 a day resort, right? I mean, obviously, Fort Myers Beach RV Resort, that was a $10 a day upcharge because it's technically a resort and it's in the peak season. So what we found whenever we were, in Florida was the Thousand Trails parks were hard to get into, obviously. We didn't have a problem because we had already booked out our 28 days and our 28 days. And we probably could have then after that booked another 28 days. But we wanted to try some of the other parks throughout Florida. And we were getting into those parks okay. And so much so that Thousand Trails released, or Encore released, or jointly they released emails saying, listen, if anybody wants to go to these parks boom, 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 boom. There was a bunch in southern Texas. There's a bunch of Encore parks in southern Texas. There's a bunch of Encore parks in Arizona. And of course, all the Encore parks in Florida. They were listing a whole bunch of them in those states. And they said you can treat those parks just like you would the Thousand Trails Park. You can stay there for whatever your membership allows, which in our case was 28 days. So we could ultimately go to Miami. There was a place right outside Miami, and we could have stayed at that park for 28 days. Now that's highly unusual, and the reason is because all the snowbirds up north didn't come down and fill those parks like they expected. Now, Encore only allocates so many spaces in their park for Thousand Trail members. For example, this one here, I don't know how many they have. 15, maybe 15 sites, maybe for Thousand Trails members, maybe 10. But this park is full. I mean, there's people everywhere, and they rent out, on the weekends and stuff, because this park is also, a business, and there's full timers. There's, I shouldn't say full timers, but seasonal or yearly people that live here year after year after year. So it's really hard. People think that if you join the Encore system or the Thousand Trail system, that if you go into that park, everybody in that park is Thousand Trail members. So that's not the case at all. When you go to an Encore park, you're some of them only have like 3 spots available for Encore members. However, because so many of those yearly, where are you heading to?
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh,
legs
hurt. If you're that yearly person that normally comes down and rents the place, or the snowbird that comes down and rents for the winter, they didn't have that clientele in their parks. So they were struggling to get people in. So all of a sudden they were now welcoming arms saying, listen, we have a whole bunch of empty spaces. We'll make all those spaces available for Encore Park member people, whoever wants to come down can come down and stay. So because of that, they kind of saw that coming because of the year prior. I mean, you remember, this whole C-19 thing started kind of early. It was February of whatever that it all started. But whenever all of it did start, those parks they're struggling. I guess they're struggling to keep the park full, which is really hard to believe because that's the one thing that I hate when I'm watching these other videos about. I can't get into a park. It's so busy and it's so packed. Well, go to another park because they're not all packed. You might have to lower your standards or expect something a little bit different, or raise your standards even. I mean, it may be, a park that's a little bit too pristine for what you want to do. They've got rules, maybe you can't do some of the stuff that you would normally do. However, these parks, they didn't have enough people. So one of the reasons that they came out with a new program, remember, we were Ultimate Odyssey members. They came out with a new program called the Adventure Plan. And the Adventure Plan and we no longer can stay 28 days in Thousand Trails. We can only stay 21 days. We can still reserve 6 months out, but we can only stay 21 days in the Thousand Trails Park. One of the reasons is there were people using that Ultimate Odyssey and basically going up and down the coast over, California and Oregon and Washington. There's lots of Thousand Trail parks there. And they're living in those parks. And there's nothing wrong with it, but you get some animosity going on some level that the parks aren't being utilized necessarily the way that you would think. They're people that are, instead of moving into the park, they're just moving park to park to park, which is fine and it's correct under the rules, but they kind of wanted to get away from those really long stays. But they realize that people do like to stay for a period of time. Honestly, with us, we only used those 28 days a couple times last year, and we're only using them a couple times this year too. I mean, you get a whole month at a place. If it's not a nice place, that's long. That's a long time. If you want, get in there and say, I don't know, I'm kind of bored with the park. I need to get out of here. So Thousand Trails, getting back to the adventure part of things, they made the Thousand Trails Park now 21 days. But they also opened up to where the Encore parks, not only is they changed from a 60-day reservation window to a 90-day reservation window. So they give you 3 months before you can, so you can make your reservation 3 months ahead of time instead of just 2 months ahead of time. Not only did they increase the reservation window by a whole month, but they're saying that you can stay 21 days in the Encore parks, and you don't have to be a week out ever. So you can go park to park to park. So it's kind of makes it a little bit easier, excuse me, for us, because we know any dot on the map, whether it's a green dot for Thousand Trails or it's a blue dot for Encore or Resort or whatever, any dot on the map, we can do 21 days and go park to park to park, never spending any time out of the system. Now, there's going to be exceptions to that. High use parks for Thousand Trails, you can only stay 2 weeks. So like Orlando, Wildwood, Peace River, you can only stay 2 weeks. Whalers Rest in Oregon, you can only stay 2 weeks in the peak season. Hershey Park in Hershey, Pennsylvania, during the peak season for them, it's only 2 weeks. There's a list of parks that you can only stay 2 weeks, but you can, if you want, like in our case, pay an extra $99 and you can stay a third week, even in the peak season, as long as there's availability. So we were told that one of the reasons that Encore came out with that new system, that Thousand Trails came out with that new agreement with Encore Parks, was because they didn't see Canada's border crossings opening anytime soon, and then all these parks at Encore were still going to be bare bones like they were the previous winter. So they want people to be able to utilize all those parks. Now, as soon as the borders start opening up again and it's free, they're free moving, they're going to most likely get rid of that membership. And when I say get rid of it, don't get me wrong, we're not going to lose out. We're not going to be swatted with it and say, you guys can't do that anymore. We changed the rules. We have a contract that says we can do that. So as long as we have that program, we can continue to do that, even though maybe they're saying, hey, the Encore parks, they're a little bit more crowded than we don't want you to stay there as much, but your contract allows you to do so. So it's a tough thing to wrap your head around, but I'll tell you how desperate they were last winter. Like I said, we were getting these emails telling us, hey, you guys come and treat our park just like a Thousand Trails park. You can stay as long as you want, basically. And you'll see, if you go back and look at our videos, you'll see we kind of did that on a couple parks. We paid to stay a little bit longer, and they said, oh, absolutely. They were happy to have us because we were paying, number one. And number two, because we were already there, so they didn't have to check us in, check us out, escort us to the site, none of that stuff. Well, this year, we already got a glimpse of it. Of course, the new membership was in full effect, so we knew the Encore parks were going to start getting utilized a little bit more. They're trying to get more people in there. But also, man, this was the greatest deal ever, guys. I mean, it was by far the most incredible deal I've ever seen from any park membership or anything. We liked Arizona. We liked staying in Arizona. We were there in the summer. It was just crazy hot, but we enjoyed it still. There's 5 or 6 Encore parks in Arizona. They gave an offer, or they sent out an offer that you could stay September, October, November, and December. So you could stay 4 months, September, October, November, December, in any of the Encore parks in Arizona. You could stay the entire month, plus electricity. You had to pay for your own electricity. But those 4 months, you could stay at any of those parks for $8.99. And now you guys are going, I don't know, $900 a month. That seems awful expensive. Well, look at it this way. You're looking at it wrong. $899 was the total price. $900 for September, October, November, December. They were saying, give us $900 and you can stay 4 months in Arizona at the parks. Oh, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Got me to stop talking. Maybe that's what they're doing. They're throwing money at us. Okay, shut up already. I don't want to hear any more about the parks. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's that was pretty wild for them to offer that. I would have loved this. I would have, if we would have known about that, before we made all our reservations and plans for Florida, we would have done that. We would have went out to Arizona and we would have stayed those 4 months for sure, because that would have put us right into quartzsite to where we could stay then, January, February, March, which we kind of planned on staying out in Arizona, that part of the coast, which some days here, it sucked because I was so excited.
We had plans.
To oh my word. And then the fact that I need to go to the doctor and get checked and stuff like that, that just threw everything out the window. I told her, I said, once we get back over to Ohio, I'm not driving all the way back to quartzsite. And we had already kind of made plans for Florida. I mean, it was like we had two choices. Anyways, that would have just fit perfect. That would have fit perfect, but oh well.
It would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah. So we definitely have seen an increase in people in the parks. However, it's still not to the level that a lot of people are saying, number one, and the way it could be, number two. I mean, there still are a lot of sites that are available that I'm going to tell you, it could be pretty packed. But we just make our reservations. We mark on the calendar months ahead for Thousand Trails when we want to stay somewhere. And the other thing is have some money handy. Stay, maybe you're going to pay for a park. That's what we're doing in Crescent City. We're using Passport America because that's another membership we have. So we get a reduced rate, but we're still paying for it.
Yeah.
It's not everybody's cup of tea. I mean, there's a lot of people that want to do that, but
yeah,
we do. We definitely do. But yeah, we're looking forward to next year's travels. We just don't know how that's going to look yet. We have until about April that
May,
because
we'll be there all
of April. So when we are able to start traveling again in May, well, see, I can't even say that because we have an agreement with the place that we're going to be at
till April
right now, locked in, which we want. We actually want longer potentially too. We actually would like to go there earlier too, but the thing is, we have all these free parks that we can utilize with our membership. So
he's got to stay focused.
You got to stay focused on that. But the thing is even though we're in that park, there's nothing stopping us from hooking up and going 2 weeks and do the Florida Keys and then come back to the park. Once we are staying there, we're able to leave. Our site don't go away, and we can come back. After even a week or 3 days or whatever. Whoops, sorry, bump tidy little hair barrette back there, barrette or comb.
Like we might go to the Tampa RV show.
Yeah, I think
if they're having that,
right. That all depends. There's some interaction that we're doing potentially with somebody else that might be showing up at the Tampa RV show. It's weird because this is an arena that we feel very comfortable in. I did it. Well, she did it a lot, but I did it when I worked for Summit Racing. I did it when I worked for FedEx. And that is basically being a representative for a company, mentioning company, hanging out with company representatives, being a mouthpiece for them, or just being a face, somebody to interact with. I've done that. I've done that in the past. I feel very comfortable doing it. Obviously, you guys know I can pretty much talk about anything with anybody. But it's different. We didn't expect it to go the direction that it's kind of going with a couple of people that we've been talking with, which is awesome. It's just a different chapter in our life, I guess. But yeah, so whenever you guys see us stationary for a period of time, of course, when we're in Wildwood, we'll be doing stuff, obviously. When we're in Orlando, we'll be doing stuff, obviously. And then whenever we're in Vero Beach, we'll not only be doing stuff and bringing you guys along with for all that crap, but we may be also hooking up and traveling and then coming back. So let us know what you guys would like to see, what you'd like to see more of. Honestly, I'll tell you one thing I think I'd like to start doing again. I don't know if I can. I don't know how I feel about it yet. I like going showing RVs. I like going to the RV shows. I like walking through the RVs. I feel really bad we didn't show any motorhomes whenever we were in Hershey. I just stayed away from them. I don't know why even. There was a couple I wanted to walk into, but we didn't. Oh, my friend's just going, hey, Herbie's here. You're beat, huh? Yeah, I can imagine. How many more days until you're done? Let me get another drink of water. All right. So, wow, 116. Go to the Tampa show. Herbie got the motorhomes covered. Good. Herbie, that'll be your thing. So we had such a great summer in Utah and Idaho. Wish you would too. I know. That was bad. That was horrible. The whole elevation thing threw us off. I think that was it. If it wasn't
for turn off.
If it wasn't right, if it wasn't for the fact that I was having such a hard time with elevation out there, we were going to try to plan ourselves out there for a period of time. I had full intentions of really, exploring that whole area a lot more. But then I just went ahead and made an appointment at the VA, and I wasn't getting any sleep, and I just pictured us zigzagging back and forth across the country. Plus our axle, we needed to replace it. So, that was nice. Okay, now that we've got all that stuff covered, there's a few things I wanted to talk about that Heidi's got on her phone as a little reminder. I said, hey, there's something I need to talk about. Not all of it's fun either, unfortunately. Okay. I want everybody that watches this video, no matter if it's live or not live.
I'm going to go have a smoke.
Oh, geez. Heidi, she don't want to hear all this. Take your mic off there. Okay. I want to know, because we got a couple feedback. A couple people gave us feedback. How many of you want 2 sinks in your bathroom? Because I don't see the appeal. Now, of course, we're older. We've got our own thing going on as far as our ages are concerned. And I remember in the late 60s, definitely the 70s for sure, when double sinks became a thing. Double sinks was all about, they got 2 sinks in their bathroom. And I just don't see, it's extra plumbing, extra potential for it to leak, 2 more things that could break. 2 more drains you got to worry about, more plumbing underneath the sink, less counter space. I don't see it. I don't understand it, but I know there's people that like it. So I wanted to hear everybody just say, yep, we're all about 2 sinks, or no, I just want 1. 2 sinks in the bathroom is so ridiculous. Listen, I thought the same thing, but we had people that say, I love my 2 sinks, and I'm so glad that I have them. So I don't know what the use is or how it works. I mean, my stepdad remodeled his house in the 70s. Yeah, in the 70s, late 70s. And he put 2 sinks in the bathroom. And I, for the life of me, couldn't figure out how we were to use those 2 sinks. Other than he said, the sink on the right is for you kids. The sink on the left is for your mom and me. So if you're in a camper by yourself, I guess one could be Heidi's and one could be mine. But really, we don't, there's not enough room normally to put all our stuff out there anyways and just leave it. I guess that would be the appeal. If you have your own toothbrush cup instead of a common, like little basket. Heidi and I got our toothpaste and our baskets, in a basket, and our toothbrushes. And the same with like our deodorants. We have our own shelves and stuff like that, but I don't know. So that's why I was throwing it out there. You don't need 2, but using the kitchen sink to wash your hands is gross. 1 big barn sinks, no 2 sinks. Heidi, somebody said it's time for you to quit. Yeah. Speaking of which, quitting, I need to snort. Where's your purse at? I can feel it coming on. My nose is starting to congest again for some reason. Oh, getting ready for school with 2 sinks is great. Yeah, I could see that. Like I said, though, in the RV, 2 sinks in an RV, I don't know. I'd rather have that extra counter space, maybe to put other stuff there. Like Heidi could leave her blow dryer and her, well, she don't use the blow dryer, but her straightening iron, she could leave that out. Okay, everybody look away while I do my. Wait, one more. Hold on.
Hurry up.
Okay. I want you to have to see that.
At least I had the pillow up.
Still had to hear it.
Right. Not that I'm saying anything.
Next topic. Why does it say attic?
Well, I was typing fast.
What's that mean? Camping attic. What's that mean? Camping
with.
Oh, with. Okay.
I don't know why that got on there.
All right. So I see the advantage of motorhomes to brush your teeth, wash your face quickly. You guys need him at the work. Most space. Cool. Well, honestly, if the one that we seen with 2 sinks, Heidi and I couldn't get in there at the same time anyways. We'd be pushing each other over. And I've talked about this before, and people, every couple's different. When Heidi's in the bathroom, that is her time. That's her bathroom. She does whatever she wants in there. I do not interrupt her. When I'm in there, I'm taking my good old time. I'm watching videos. I'm doing my business, and it's the same. She don't come in and interrupt me either. And it's always been that way.
Yeah.
It's not I've just got to come in here, pop in real quick, and brush my teeth while you go to the bathroom and stuff like that.
We don't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that. That's her time. She does whatever in there. Same with me. So it's different. Everybody's different. I know. Next topic that I've got.
How'd you got off topic?
No, I was talking about the sinks in the bathroom. Yeah. Because Herbie said something about brushing teeth and stuff. And I was thinking, well, both of us in the bathroom, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
So, camping with pets. Listen, I know you guys, a lot of you have pets. I should be able to go out. Somebody could leave the campground, hook up and leave out. And there I'm waiting for them. And as soon as they leave out, I whip in and I back the RV in and I drop it. I should be able to kick off my shoes and walk through the grass. I should be able to walk through my site that I just rented without worrying about stepping in dog poop. Even if it's been cleaned up, you're not cleaning it up perfectly. And urine. There's a lot of people, and again, everybody's going to have their own thoughts on this. I'm just telling you what my thoughts are on it. They'll put up a fence, and they've got little dogs, and they just hang out with their dogs all day long, and those dogs do their business all day long in that little area. They clean up the poop as best they can, but now I see a family come in with their kids, and now their kids are out there with their little big wheels and stuff, running around in that same area where those animals just were.
Yeah.
I like the idea, but I understand why. Like, this place has a no fence policy. You cannot put up a fence for your pets. Your pets have to be on a leash. You have to be out there with your pets too. They have a dog park.
It's a nice one.
It is. It's a nice one. It's all, which I showed in the video a couple times. I didn't get real close, but you saw it. And it's fenced in. You can put your pet in there, unhook them, and close the gate and let them run around and do whatever they want. I mean, that's what that place is for. It's a sensitive subject because I try not to do anything in this site that's going to affect the next person that comes in after us. It happens, but I don't want to. If you have a pet and they have a dog park for you to walk your dog to do its business, don't get up in the morning and just walk them behind everybody's sites or out in the median where everybody drives. They're, don't get me wrong, they're picking it up if it's poop, but in the meantime, we've got little dogs that are peeing all over our fire ring. Maybe the tires on our truck, because I see the dogs as they're walking down the street. The dog stops and starts sniffing my truck. You think that'd be common courtesy, but I'm just saying that if you are one of those people, I'm the person that don't like that. And I know there's others like that too. So I'm just giving you a heads up. Maybe you might be going, oh, I never thought about that. I doubt it. A lot of people know what's happening with their pets, but I don't know how to infringe on your freedoms for your pets so you can do what you want with your pets. But I don't want my freedom to, again, and like I said, if we hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be mentioning it. We've seen people that have had dogs and they've set up their fence and the dogs have been there screwing around all day for a week long. They leave and then comes the next group, and this lady's setting up their kids' play tent and their big wheel and their little play set or whatever that thing was, and it's right where the dogs have been playing the whole week. And it just so happened, you know how it is with dogs, they have a certain corner they always do their business in. Well, that's just so happened where she was setting up her kids' stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, those kids are going to pick up something, because they were out there in their diapers playing around. So just think about who's coming in after you and what you're doing to the site. I mean, even when we accidentally drip a little bit from our black tank hose, even though we've already flushed it with the gray a lot, man, I kick dirt on it and do everything to make sure that it's not up on top. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It happens, but we put the TV on for our dog. That's cool. Yeah, we see the other side of it. We see it's just like everything else. It's not that they're irresponsible because they have a pet. They're just irresponsible people, period. And they think it's all right. Whatever you do, and I have a clip, and I almost posted it, and I saved it, but I haven't posted it, and I don't think I will. When we were in Hershey, that guy that was behind us had 3 giant golden retrievers, and he would come back from wherever he was, the RV show, go in, grab his 3 dogs, and then walk through our site to go bring them over to not the dog park to go poop and pee in a field. I didn't understand walking through our site like it's his. We all know that. We know that's not supposed to be something. If your dog barks, please be the one to stop him. Please be the one to at least say, shut up, stop it, be quiet. Instead of just looking at your dog like, wonder what he's barking at. Oh, there must be somebody, a squirrel or something over there. Yeah, boy, he's really going at it. I don't know what he's barking at. Must be some kids. I wonder what he hears. In the meantime, he doesn't tell the dog, hey, shut up. Stop it. Be quiet. Something. When we walk around the park, you know how it is. Your dogs are territorial after they've been there a little while. You walk past somebody's site and they go ballistic. At least throw out an apology. Hey, sorry, I'm so sorry my dog's barked at you. You know, what if okay, if that's acceptable when you walk past my site, I'm gonna bark at you. I'm gonna bark at you. So I'm gonna tell you that we have and that is that in our store? Is the dog thing in our store?
I don't know.
We'll put it in the store. I'm gonna get up and get it so you guys can see what it looks like. She'll put it in the store. Set it up here. This thing works. I mean, no joke, it works. And it works from a distance of about 30 feet, maybe even longer. And I'm talking about really making your dogs pay attention. And I know it kills my ears when I push it. My ears are pretty sensitive because I'm probably a dog. But, I mean, from this distance, it just... You guys know with the old tube TVs, you remember when you shut them off at night? How the tube TV, it'd get that little tiny circle in the middle, and you just, as a kid, I used to watch it and watch it and watch it until it disappeared. I thought it was really cool. But you know when you first turn on the tube TV, that high-pitched whistle? I mean, it's just like, oh my God. Well, this thing puts out this whistle that, I mean, it's pretty brutal. And there's different settings on it to where it'll oscillate. So when your dog gets used to it, it's supposed to be for a dog training tool, and you just plug it into a USB to recharge it. But I have done this with the dogs, and I'm telling you, this thing really works. I mean, it like right now. So much so, Heidi's mom's wants one for her dog to help him, you know, train. Even though he's an old dog, he's got some issues that he don't want to listen. But you push this button, and the dogs perk up. I mean, immediately. So these things work good. Heidi will put them in the. She'll put it in the store eventually here, probably tonight. She'll put it in the store tonight, so you guys go look at it. It wasn't expensive. I think it's $30 maybe.
If that.
Oh, man, does it work? It hurts my ears. If you get Heidi, one of her ears is better than the other, but if you get her so close, but either one of my ears from about right here, oh my God! And I mean, I was just doing it. Now this will be a good testament how it doesn't work. How YouTube, they don't have the frequencies that they should. I've got everything jacked up as high as it can, but I bet you guys can't hear it. Let me see. See if you can hear this. I'm going to push it in 3, 2, 1.
Sorry.
You talked.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't. Don't tell me to zip it.
Look.
Don't be rude.
Look it.
Don't be rude.
Here. 3, 2, 1. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but see if your dogs react to it. I doubt it because the frequency that it operates at is higher than what this probably captures, and YouTube will probably...
I'm going to try to find out what it's called.
Yeah.
And I'll put it in the store.
That's it. Right? Is that the one that I got? Yeah. We need to get another one. Just in case I misplace that one again like I did for 2 days. So whenever we're going past somebody's site or something like that, I can just push that button and usually it straightens them up. They don't know what it is. It looks like a vape thing. You know, all these vape things anymore.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that my ear's still ringing. We have the good thing. This is one of the things that. Tell me if you guys do this. Just kind of chime up here and tell me. Do you find yourself not having a problem with the rules as much as you used to when you were younger? Like some of these rules that the parks have, I'm like, you know what? That seems reasonable. And whatever you got, do not leave your dog tied up without it being, an unattended dog. If your dog's barking, and I'm thinking, yeah, it seems reasonable to me. It's funny how we got people that'll leave their dogs in their RV and leave, and then you can hear them barking in there, just going
We've
crazy.
We've had that a lot of times.
Scott, you're out of here?
All right, I put it in the store, and it's under tools.
Okay, so in the store, under tools. So if you want to click the link for our store, and go to tools. You'll see it there. See it, Scott? Dog should never use the potty in any site, even a vacant one. Yes. How was your experience in Mexico with the dental work? Or are you going back? If we need, yeah, we would go back.
We would definitely go back.
Yeah, the cleaning was nice. They did a good job. I was happy with it. It's $35. No appointment. Just walked in, filled out some paperwork, and that was it. They cleaned. They had more stuff they wanted to do, and I'm like, maybe one day. Heidi took her list away.
Oh, sorry.
She forgot.
I forgot.
You didn't hear it. Yeah, probably didn't. Bargain pens. That's right. Use the dog part. Okay. Here's the thing. I've talked about this plenty of times. Most people don't realize, and just in passing, tell your neighbor. Just bring it up in conversation. Maybe they don't know, and I'm talking about the neighbor at the park. 5 miles per hour is slow. It is so slow. It is such a slow speed. If your car has shifted from first to second, you're doing more than 5. That's the way that we get through the parks, is whenever I pull in with the truck, I drop it into manual and I put it in 1. And I keep it in manual 1. That's the only way I can stay under 5. And I cannot believe still with speed bumps, these guys are driving through with their dualies and you hear ka-chonk because everything in the bed of their truck has jumped because they've hit the speed bump at a speed that's not 5. So
they probably do 20 to 30 out here.
What were they using to make that rule? My word. What's the rule?
RV rules.
Heading my way. We dislike it. Nobody here understands tube TVs. All right. Just got a roll from the campground that you must have a sewer hose.
Oh my gosh.
Holy cow.
That's
just
crazy.
Funneling it in, huh?
Yeah.
Oh my. We even bought that stupid foam ring thing just in case we need it, which we haven't. All across Florida, you're supposed to use it, but I think the rule is void by if you can twist that thing into the pipe instead of just sticking a pipe in there. But yeah, that's a good one. Recent at a beach site 2 over from us had the music so loud we couldn't hear our own inside our camper.
We had that here.
We had this here. We were sitting with we have a little Bluetooth speaker, and we don't use the outdoor Bluetooth speakers on the camper. I think they need to outlaw those things.
Yeah, nobody wants to listen to you.
Honestly, listen, guys, I know you have your own thing, and I know I'm going to have friction against this. I don't believe there should be outdoor TVs or outdoor speakers on the RV.
Yeah.
If you want to have outdoor music, bring out an outdoor Bluetooth speaker, just a little tiny one, whatever. But those speakers are always up high, which some of the RV manufacturers are finally getting smart and they're putting them low. But they're usually up high. They are small speakers that are almost like PA speakers. They're not really a good stereo speaker. They're like a PA speaker. And then you're watching TV out there. And of course you're wanting to hear what's going on the TV. Even if it's a sport event, you want to hear what the announcers are saying. So you're 20 feet away and you got the speakers blasting, and that's all anybody hears in the park.
Yeah, we were listening to music the other day, real quiet.
Very quiet.
And we had to listen to the football game.
Yeah, well, we could barely hear the music on the football game.
We could come inside and watch the football game.
Yeah. So that's something that I can't deal with. We've turned on our outdoor speakers a couple of times when we were out in the middle of nowhere. For example,
at home. We did it at home.
We did it at home, but when we were at Paradise Lake,
yeah,
there was nobody. It's when the other guy left. It was just us in that big open field. We turned them on and we listened to them at a reasonable volume.
Yeah, nobody else could hear it.
Yeah. And it's funny because the rules say, make sure, if your neighbor can hear it, it's too loud. Well, I'm trying not to be the jerk neighbor and go up and say, hey, listen, this guy's music's loud. they're going to say, "Oh, I don't have it turned up that low." Well, I heard it, and it says right in the thing if it's. So, anyways, get off my lawn. I feel like that old guy. Something one more thing that we have on the list. Oh, sorry. Oh, two more things. Something this is the stuff that as through the week we watch something and I go, oh, we got to talk about that. Somebody asked about if we get a fifth wheel, what are we going to do with all that stuff in the back of our truck? You guys don't really. We've really streamlined the back of our truck. There's three totes in the back of our truck. That could probably be reduced to probably two totes. And then we have, of course, the bicycles and the scooters. Other than that, I guess a spare tire. We have the trailer spare in there too. Other than that, I don't have anything in the back of the truck. Now, I have a bunch of stuff in the cap of we have that Lear locker that slides out of the top of the cap. It's about so big. It's a big drawer, basically. There's a bunch of stuff in there, but it could stay in the back of the truck in a tote. It's not sensitive stuff or anything like that. It's just ratchet straps and honestly, I don't know. Oh, a thing for me to step on to check my oil in my truck. Usually I use a little step stool though, instead of getting that thing out. But there's not a lot back there because we had that question whenever we said something about fifth wheel. They said, what are you going to do with all that stuff in your truck, back of your truck? And there's just not that much back there. We could probably fit it in a decent pass through as long as the RV that we would get into has a good pass-through system in it. We'd be all right. So not a lot there. We've downsized and we've downsized and we've downsized. We have probably one more downsizing that we would have to do to really get things straightened out to being where we want to be. And we have some purchases that we need to make potentially too if we are moving into something else eventually. And the last thing, if you guys get in an accident, I've mentioned this in the past. I'm one of those guys that love to watch the car accidents, North American car accident. The Russian ones and the ones that are overseas at some of these other foreign countries, not Australia, not England, but some of these other countries, it's like, how do these people even, there's no rules. It's just like they do stuff that there's no rules whatsoever. So I don't like watching them. I like watching in the US, North America, car crashes. And the one thing we keep on seeing repeatedly over and over again, other than the crash itself, is people making the comments then on the as the person that was the driver or whatever. Oh, we got out and I looked and there was just a little scuff on my bumper and there was no damage, so we just went our separate ways. Listen, unless you're an ASE certified body mechanic, I'm going to tell you that we learned with her tempo. This was back in 1991. We learned with her tempo. No, it was 1990. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 1990. She had a 1986 tempo that was in very good shape. She used to wash it every weekend. She was always washing and waxing it. When I first met her, she's always sweeping it out, washing and waxing the car all the time, cleaning her windows. We pulled into a parking lot and once we got into the parking lot, we were in the parking lot in the main lane to drive through the parking lot. Some guy started backing out with a pickup truck, and he was so old he couldn't turn his head. He was only turned his head about this far. He was looking the wrong way because he was backing to his right, and she's blowing the horn, and he backed that truck up into the right front corner of her car, and it unsprung the weight of the car just to where you could see that the car was no longer sitting flat. It was kind of lifted. The tire wasn't off the ground, but the body was definitely lifted. And he pulled forward when he realized what he did, and he came out, and her turn signal had a crack in it. On those tempos that was back, when the Ford Taurus came out. It was supposed to be the car of the future car. That egg shape started that whole thing. Well, her tempo kind of followed that, and they had those She still had headlights that were regular sealed beam headlights that, were square, but her turn signal was kind of a flush wraparound turn signal, and it had cracked the lens on it. And he was all upset. He says, go call the cops, I guess. So we had the cops come out and filled out an incident report because it was on private property. And we got his insurance information. So me being the person I am, I'm telling her, we can fix this lens. I'm sure we can buy it pretty cheap. But let's take it to the body shop and get an estimate. Well, the first estimate we got was $475. I'm like, man, he must be buying all the parts at Ford. The next estimate we had was $900 and some dollars. I'm like, wow, don't know where he's getting. I can't even imagine buying a lens for that. That's crazy. And the next estimate after that was $780. Well, the insurance company took the middle estimate, and that's what they paid her. And the reason is that little tiny crack. Her headlight still worked. Her turn signal still worked. Everything was fine on the car. As far as looking at it, was the header panel, and that's the part that holds all of the components, the electrical components and stuff on the front of the car, and it was part of where the grill bolted to, and the surround for the headlights and the turn signal, it bolted to it also. And then the radiator was on the other side of it, but the air conditioning condenser, it was on the front side of that. It was a fiberglass panel that went across the front of the car. It had cracked all the mounting bolts all the way across. So that whole thing had to be replaced. That means the whole front of the car, the bumper, the headlights, the grill, the surround, everything had to come off the front of the car, the valance below, and then disconnect the AC condenser, all that, and replace that panel with new one that had the correct studs and everything in the right location, and then bolt everything back on. That was what the estimate was for. That taught me the lesson of there's no way I would ever, no matter how little, especially with these cars, the way the plastic bumpers are, there's stuff underneath there those plastic bumpers are bolted to. And even though the plastic looks great, doesn't mean what's underneath is straight or correct. And if you have an accident to where you just have a little ding in a bumper and everything seems okay, but then the next time you may bump into a grocery cart by accident when you're pulling in a parking spot and your airbag goes off, it's because everything was real, from that first accident. That sensor could be right on the edge of being set off because of something that's going to touch it or it's going to sense something. And that's just one example. And like I said, with what I just told you about hers being cracked all the way across, that's stuff you don't see. So I wanted to warn you guys, if you get any kind of a little minor wing ding bumper, minor fender bender, it may not be as minor as you think. So just be aware. Just pay attention to that. That's all. That's all I had to say. That's all we had in here that I wanted to talk about in the chat for sure. Yeah. Heidi's right about that. I have a feeling that my hooking up and flying down the road days will be short-lived if we get into a fifth wheel. I don't see towing the same manner I do this trailer. I told Heidi, I said, what kind of driving would I do if we had our old travel trailer? I mean, that thing topped out at 6,400 pounds, fully loaded, and it was only, 25 foot long, and it was low to the ground, had a lower center of gravity. Woo, man. I would have been flying with that thing. So, now that we've got all that behind us, what do you guys have? What kind of questions do you have? What have you been wondering about? I know there's a lot of stuff that we cover in a lot of videos, and we don't ever necessarily get into great detail with some of the stuff that we've talked about. We may blow through it, and a lot of times I've edited it down to where it's a little, short. So I'm kind of curious what we've may been lacking on, and you guys are curious about. Anything. Ask about anything. We can tell you, for the most part, I think we can give you an answer.
I love that old trailer.
Yeah, I love that old trailer too.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is now. The guy that owned it, he had his son using it, or his son was going to buy it, or something like that.
Yeah.
And then it's not at his house, and I didn't talk to him and ask him because it would disappoint us. We know I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it because I know they're not going to do the same and take the same care of it as we did. So it's just we'll be going, oh God, it's ruined, And just we would be looking at it, and instead of going, oh, it's held up well, we'd probably be going, oh my God, look at all this work we'd have to do if we bought it back just to get it back to the condition that we had it in initially. Dash cams out west. Cool, sure. The initial estimate is for visible damage. I always prefer writing an estimate at the shops and bumper covers to expose any. Yes, I agree, Jay. Have you ever thought about work camping? Yes, we were just talking about that yesterday, day before yesterday. Yeah, the most lucrative work camping I think that I would love to do. Excuse me. Is also the one that I don't think that I would ever do, and it's gate guarding. I love the idea of gate guarding. I hate the idea of the RV being covered in dirt, mud, dust. I just hate that idea. And if you watched Opa and Oma, I think it was, right? They did gate guarding for a while, and they spent a lot of time. You can go back and watch their video on it. They spent a good amount of time taking everything out of their cabinets and wiping down all the walls, their cabinet shelves, everything. And the reason that I know that I don't want to experience that is because just the amount of time that we were in Texas and Arizona, the dust is incredible. I mean, it just covers everything. It's just everywhere, and it's like talcum powder, and it's everywhere. And it's like, oh my God, look at the film. It didn't make a difference. Just a short amount of time that we were in these places, we could run our fingers across stuff and go, oh my God, look at all this film that's across here. Look how bad it is. So yeah, but other than that, I would love to. I think that would be something I'd like to do. Bubble says RV tech. I I don't want to work on people's stuff anymore. I mean, whenever I opened up my small engine shop, the initial thing that I was doing was buying equipment at the auction, bringing it home, fixing it at my speed the way I wanted to, fixing it and making everything work the way it's supposed to, and then putting it out for sale and selling it for the price that I wanted to. It got slow, and at some point it all started, somebody wanted to trade in something. Hey, can I trade in this mower for that? And I did that, which is fine because I own that piece of equipment then and I could fix it and sell it the same way. But then somebody started saying, well, I don't think I don't think I need to buy a new one. I just know that my deck is doing this, or my wheel is doing this, or my engine only does this occasionally. And I found myself telling him, well, most likely what's going on is da 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 da. And at some point that turned into, hey, why don't you bring it in? Let me take a look at it and see what I could do. Now, the good part about working on other people's stuff was I didn't have to have inventory. I didn't have to have this big piece of equipment that I had to move around and load and unload and all that stuff. I had somebody bring in their stuff, dropping it off. I did the work. I got paid, and they took their stuff away. So it was kind of like me getting to hold their equipment for a short amount of time and getting money just holding it. They managed it. They brought it in. They unloaded it. They loaded it, which a lot of times I was helping, but still, it was nice. I still didn't necessarily like working on other people's stuff because some of the things that they would do, for the most part, they trusted me and they would let me fix it the way that I thought that it needed to be fixed. But sometimes I'd get people to come in and I would tell them, hey, you need to do this and this, or it's not, no, I don't want to do that. Why don't we just do this and this and that? Let's forget about the third thing. And I just hated it. It drove me crazy.
Ouch! Felt like something bit me.
I like working on stuff, but I don't think I want the responsibility behind it. I guess that's the thing.
So if you become an inspector, you'd have to have some big insurance policy because they would sue you if you didn't find something.
Yeah, I don't know about being an inspector either.
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, I would like to, if I got involved with anything, I don't know if I wanted to, let me think how to say that. Whenever I worked at Summit Racing, if you guys are in the racing circles and you like to make performance modifications on your car, I mean, if you're a real car enthusiast, Summit Racing at the time when I worked there, it was growing. It was the thing. It was the thing. And if somebody, when I'd go to the drag strip, the last thing I wanted to do is mention to anybody that I worked at Summit Racing. I didn't want nobody knowing I worked there, because it just turns into this big long conversation forever. The other thing is whenever I had the small engine shop at the house, it was Sunday. Somebody knocking on the door. You still got that mower for sale that you had out there 3 days ago? I just got off work and whatever. And I kind of found that if you are doing work even close to your living conditions or your work conditions, like workplace environment, something that's directly related to what you enjoy doing, it just takes the joy out of it. So I hated when people came to the house, but then again, I liked it because we were making sales. It was always about business, but it was like I never had really free time. I couldn't separate my work from my free time. So when I go to the drag strip, I couldn't, if I mentioned Summit Racing or if somebody heard that I worked there, it was all 6,000 questions. Come over, look at my car. Do you guys have a cam for this? I mean, all that stuff. And it just ruined it. Whenever I had one other example I wanted to give on that. I can't remember what it was now. But anyways, just keeping the two separate. That was the hardest part on it. What was the other job that I had that it seemed like, during the winter, I would work at the bowling alley when I had the small engine shop whenever it got slow. And whenever I would bowl, which I used to like to bowl, it was just everybody, hey, I don't know what's going on with lane 8. Did you change the oil pattern down there? Because I'm having a problem I can't seem to get the ball to finish or I would sit there and I would see a rake that was not coming back smoothly, and it just ruined it for me. I couldn't stand that. I couldn't separate and make where my free time was, part of that. Now, with that, if for some reason we got out of the RV, industry, the RV travel altogether, I don't know, maybe then because that would kind of keep me in it to some extent, but nah, not so far right now. I don't want anything to do with the RV as far as any kind of RV work or anything like that. But as far as work camping, I'd love to do the gate guarding if we had an old RV that we didn't care about. Yeah. That we could just go stay in, and if it got real dirty, okay, take the leaf blower to it and blow out all the dust and wipe it down with a mop and be done with that. The sugar beet harvest, I think maybe we might attempt that.
I want the short term.
Well, everybody wants the short term. Problem is it goes long. What happens?
No, I'm just saying there is an end.
Right, there is an end.
Like Amazon.
Right, Amazon
sugar beet harvest.
Yeah, Amazon Camper
and
Force. That is a little bit too much like work to me.
Yeah, that is.
Getting up in the morning, clock in, go to work, work all day, clock out, come back. That I know it pays well. I know it's a short term, but I kind of like the other. I like the sugar beet harvest. You do clock in. You get there at a certain time. You work and you go back, but it's really short. It could be potentially really short. Yeah, she says Amazon picker. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That'd be tough to say. Don't give up thought. If you get picked, it's a great experience. Yeah, as far as working in a park or something, see there again, I don't know if I'd want to do that. Because you would always be at work. Okay, let me phrase that. I don't want to say it to sound like it's conceited or something like that, but both of us always took pride in our work. And
And we were always bothered.
You don't turn that
outside.
off. You don't turn that off whenever you clock out and go home.
I could never do that for 24 years.
Yeah. I mean, we drive past her work. She's like, why is there 3 people still there? There's no cars in the parking lot. She would get on the phone immediately. Hey, when's the last sale that come? Well, tell the driver to go home. We don't need that extra driver in there. And it's the same whenever, I mean, everything I've ever done. Landscaping. I worked landscaping when I was in high school. And it's all of a sudden you're just looking at stuff saying, God, that lawn needs mowed. And you can't enjoy stuff. It's the trim is horrible, and who planted this? They're not even pruning. You just think about that, and it's I think that if we lived in a campground and we were work campers, and our job was to, for example, check people in, clean the fire rings, clean the bathroom, even when it's not our shift, I would see something that, somebody throw a trash bag in a fire ring, and the first thing I'd go do is take it out.
Yeah.
It just because we would have taken pride in it, and it would always be on our mind. We wouldn't necessarily enjoy it as much as we should. One of the bowling mechanics that used to work at the bowling alley where I was prior to me getting there, he never bowled in a league there. He never was there other than whenever it was time for him. He bowled at another bowling alley completely, a competitor that was on the other end of town. He bowled there. He bowled like 3 nights a week, and he never bowled once, even substitute or anything, in the bowling alley that he worked at all the time because that same reason. So would I work camp at an RV park? Yeah, if I could work in one and they would give me a free site in another one.
Yeah.
So I wasn't on call all the time. Yeah. Heidi, you're doing a great job fielding comments while I rant. Oh my God, that's all she ever does. She's got to handle that whenever I'm yammering on. Part-time trimmer in the Humboldt County. That'd be kind of cool. I love mowing lawns. Problem is, I used to have my drink in the cup holder and mow the lawn. It was more fun. I think it'd be a good switch to let Heidi field the questions.
Okay.
Cue the question up. Yeah. Ask Heidi questions.
Yeah.
Ask her questions. Good luck. Watch how simple and easy her answers are. They're nice and simple to the point. Watch.
Yeah.
I didn't say there was nothing wrong with it. Yeah. Why are you getting upset?
Well, it's because you I
didn't say nothing wrong with it. Go ahead. It takes me 2 days to mow my lawn. It used to take me a week to take care of our property whenever I was in high school. Well, actually, just out of high school, I'd moved in with my mom and my stepdad. We had 6 acres, I think it was. It seemed like it was about a week long. It just seemed like it was a long time because we would push mow the ditch, part of the ditch, trim part of the ditch, push mow around the house, do a riding mower, and mow the front lawn and the side property in front of the barn and the backyard, which was probably 2 acres, and it was just a 36-inch rider back then. And then I'd have to brush hog the back 3 acres, and it just seemed like it was, in the spring when stuff is growing, it's just like it seemed like I was always out there constantly, but took pride in it. I enjoyed it.
What's my opinion regarding the famous Blackstone? Well, we're not going to have one. I don't fry a lot of stuff, so I don't
What if
see
your new RV came with a griddle?
Okay, I'm going to try it.
Okay.
But I'm not going to go purchase a Blackstone. We just don't fry a lot of foods. I mean, I don't know. So we don't even cook out on the grill a lot.
That would be my question. A lot of people that have griddles, that buy the griddle, do you griddle? Have you always griddled at home? Have you always cooked all your food pan? I mean, it's always been pan cooked? Because, I mean, it's kind of like buying a smoker. Have you, have you always smoked all your food? I mean, I don't know. That's what
Red says, I'm outside and I can see through your port side window next to Mike.
Yeah, here we go. There's nobody back there. It's an empty lot. It's an empty house. Our whole back window, the day shade's still open. This one here, there we go.
What is one thing that irks you when you cook in the RV? Right now,
I got the answer
is the
to it.
counter space, the lack of. I don't have very much counter space next to my stove.
Let me whisper another answer.
What's that?
The smoke detector.
Oh, yeah, and that stupid smoke detector because it's so close. When I cook, mostly, what is it that I cook that it always goes off?
Toast. Grilled cheese.
Yeah, grilled cheese. I mean, we don't eat it a lot, but it goes off every time I cook.
You could do that on the Blackstone. You can be outside making your grilled cheese.
Oh, yeah. Get to drag it inside then. But, says, I have one on my deck, cooks.
Yeah, Don. See, hey, Don.
I miss the charcoal grill. I'm not. Toast, yes. Yeah, we have to turn our fans on when we. Yeah, so I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one. Says you can always design shirts, Mike.
Yeah. Actually, that's her daughter's thing. I get the ideas about what I want to see, but she puts them all together for us.
Do we use the Wi-Fi Ranger?
Occasionally. Hardly at all, though. And it's because, use the link in the description. That EasyCom is just, it's just been the answer. There's a reason I talk about it so much. It just works. It just works. It does what we need it to do. It's not, you have to realize that there's going to be variations and there's going to be changes that happen whenever you do it the way we're doing it. Just go into that knowing that if you buy a router, if you invest in, going through this company that we're going through and hundreds of other ones that are out there, that's why we went with this guy, because Jesse's been straight up with us on everything. He's a very straight shooter. He doesn't have to tell you lies. He doesn't have to get you in. He's got his own thing going on. But getting back to what you're saying, or what you had asked, and what I'm trying to kind of simplify here, which I'm not doing a very good job of, is that there could be a time that, like they just had, where they said, listen, AT&T just changed a whole bunch of stuff, and that plan is no longer available that you have. You're going to have to get into something else. As long as you're okay with maybe getting that call potentially once every 3 to 6 months to a year. I mean, we went a whole year before we had to change that router. It was a whole year.
Yeah.
And then he said, listen, that plan's not going to be available for that router anymore. It's like, okay, well, I'll have to get into something else. It's so worth it, because we just need a signal. It's really good. We've only had to put up that antenna maybe 10% of the time of our trips, you think?
Yeah.
So every 10 stops that we've made, we've had to put the antenna up once. So every 10, which we've made quite a few, but 10% of the time that we have to put up the big antenna. Usually it's just like it is over there now. It's just sitting on the counter, or in this case, it's just sitting on the ottoman that I have sitting, over on the dinette. So the Wi-Fi Ranger, the problem that we don't use the Wi-Fi Ranger that much is because what you're attaching to isn't that great out there. The campground's Wi-Fi usually isn't that great. Now they have that Java Wi-Fi. You got to pay for it, which is fine. But the thing is, it's so hit miss. I just don't. We haven't had great luck with it. There's some parks are okay, some parks it's horrible.
I like the grand design. For same length
The regulator recall.
Yeah, there must be a regulator recall on.
Yeah,
so they're cooking outside.
That's how I lost my $35 a month unlimited AT&T 4G LTE. That's right. That's exactly it. They just decide to say, forget it. We're not doing that anymore.
Well, we did that with our, what was the cell phone plan that we had online a long time ago.
Track phone?
No, after the track
phone. Yeah.
That's the same thing. If we would have changed phones, it would have doubled the money. I don't remember. The money, the monthly bill would have doubled.
Yeah. Yeah, we had, when we initially got out of AT&T cell phones, we got into this other system. I can't remember what it was called, but it was basically Wi-Fi, or you're going to be in Wi-Fi rich areas most of the time. We all are. Most of the time we're sitting in a house that has Wi-Fi, or we're sitting at work that has Wi-Fi, or we're in Walmart that has Wi-Fi. Well, this was back before all these phones would switch automatically. Like our phone, we can enable Wi-Fi calling, and if I go to Walmart and Walmart has Wi-Fi and I attach to Walmart's Wi-Fi and save it, from that point on, every time I go to Walmart, it will switch over from my cellular carrier to Walmart. So this place had unlimited data, unlimited on their phones, unlimited calls, unlimited text. But they were the first ones to have phones that were dedicated. You had to buy their phone. There was only a short list of phones you could buy. You had to buy their phones, and those phones would, if once you have attached to a network somewhere like at Lowe's or the local restaurant, whatever, it would remember it and it would attach to that every time you went there. And of course, when you're at home, it would use your home internet. And then one day, which was awesome, it was so cheap. I think it was $25 a line or something like that back then.
Yep, it was cheap.
It was very, very cheap for unlimited. I mean, truly unlimited. But then people were abusing it. And then at one point, they just all of a sudden became a carrier, just like everybody else, a regular. Hey, here's your monthly plan. You can buy into it. You need to buy a new phone, whatever. But yeah, somebody had asked about our truck bed. Yeah, it was equipped with the fifth wheel system from the factory. We have the ball.
A puck system.
Yeah, it has the 4 plugs, and then we have a case. It's still brand new in the case. The thing from Ford, the gooseneck ball, and then the 2 twist-in safety chain deals.
Wants to know what hitch setup you're looking at.
Gooseneck, Reese Air, the air system with Reese with a gooseneck. The goose ball. I don't want to hitch in the back of the truck necessarily. That may change, but just off the top of our head, the problem that I think I may run into, I haven't looked yet, is the Rockwood fifth wheels have a turning point fifth wheel hitch. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those turning points. They're pretty cool. You can hook it up, and it's just a normal. Whoops, sorry, bumped your comb again. Those turning points, and stop me if you guys all know what it is already, but on the fifth wheel hitches, they have a regular pin box that comes off the fifth wheel that you would slide into a normal fifth wheel receiver. But it has the ability, if you do it the right way, to pull off this plate, move these bolts around, and now your hitch doesn't pivot on the plate in your bed. It pivots at the fifth wheel, right underneath the fifth wheel. So when you turn your truck, the pin box pivots at the fifth wheel mounting point on the trailer. I know that's too hard to describe, so. Like, has this ever happened to you? We had to back down a narrow mountain road.
Mm-mm.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I mean, don't get me wrong. It want to be fun to do. That's for sure. But I've never really had a problem backing the RV up. It's little corrections.
Not in a hurry. You
Yeah,
gotta.
and if
There's no reason to be in a hurry.
a lot of people that back up their trailers, they think that it's got to be this one smooth motion, and that they have to do it all in one sweep, and it's not the case at all. I mean, just
I'll have to say
stop.
that this guy over here was pretty smooth, but
Yeah,
he's been doing it for 6 years.
yeah,
The same rig.
yeah. The guy, he went out and bought a new truck and a new trailer 6 years ago. It's about a 42, 43 foot
It's huge.
redwood fifth wheel,
Yeah.
and he's got a dually diesel, and yeah, he backed in, but still he had to.
Yeah.
It's
but
a few bites. You just have to take a few bites. Well, it's the same every place we go. Whenever I back in,
We're not in a hurry.
yeah, I'm not in a hurry, but almost always. How many times we've heard somebody say, "Oh, it looks like you've done that more than once." It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you just take your time. It's no rush. Everything can be done just idle. Uh, if you don't like the way it's going, then stop, pull forward, and redo it again. Get it to where you're at. Want to. I don't know. It's something. Saw your video on Hitch. I am near future RVer getting a towable, 5,500s or less. You feel good for security. Average tow ball can't take your travel trailer. It's not so much what your truck can do or anything. It's just for sway control. Listen, anybody that has any kind of, for the most part, truck and trailer combination, when you drive down the road and you get along, a truck starts passing you on the highway, you get that wash. It's just like a boat. It's a wake. As the truck's traveling down the road, it's pushing air on both sides of it. Tractor trailer, I'm talking. And when he starts to go around you, or you're going around him, you always got to turn your steering wheel. It starts to suck you in, so you're pulling away, and then once you get past, you're turning back the other way because it's pulling you in, and it's pulling you in and pushing you out. And as far as when they're passing you going the opposite direction, I mean, you can feel it moving stuff around too. With this hitch, you really don't feel that. It's not. Your truck will still get moved a little bit, but the trailer won't do it. You don't feel it in your trailer at all. And there's no the sway. I mean, you just feel wherever my truck turns and I point it at, that trailer is locked in right behind me. I mean, it is. I could panic, swerve, and do all kinds of stuff. And as soon as I stop my steering wheel, wherever I stop it at, that trailer's like boom. It's none of this locking in and finally getting back behind you straight. It's that feeling that I really like. It's a very solid feeling. So it's not so much how my truck handles the load or anything like that. It's just the way the trailer feels behind the truck. Like I said, I could take the steering wheel and saw it back and forth real hard and get that trailer rocking. Don't ask me how I know this. I told her, I said, this recliner, I told her, I said, I bet you that recliner's just back there trying to move around, even though the slide's in and I had it buckled in. I told her, I said, I bet you that thing really moved. So I was, you can go down the road and you can just rock it back and forth and the trailer will get going really well. And as soon as you stop your steering wheel, as soon as you stop it, the trailer goes boom, boom. I mean, it's just like immediate. It doesn't even go over real far. It's right there. It's just locked in. It's a very good feeling. The only thing I don't like about your hitch is it's too low to the ground. I haven't had a problem. I mean, if your trailer's an older one, like maybe our old travel trailer, yeah, that would be too low. You can remove the bars if you want. We've had one camping spot at West Branch that the bars would always touch the ground whenever we leveled it out. And we had to we would back the trailer up on boards to get it high enough so that we could lower the front end low enough. It's not it's not low really when you're looking at it. It's not as low as you may think. It's like I really, it's funny because I've never even, I've never drug it on anything. We definitely never gone over anything to drag it. It's not close enough for that.
I don't know. We've never.
Not even close.
It maybe it's really not that close to the ground. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think
it's
so
not,
either.
But maybe in some of the videos it looks like it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, because I would worry about that dragging and things like that. But we've.
Yeah, and a lot of times when we're showing in
Yeah.
the video, that's when the RV's been leveled. It's not. So I mean, the distance it is from the ground at that point might be totally different than when it's hooked up. But when it's hooked up, I can't imagine that. I mean, it does. It's obviously the thing that drags the most is our rock shield. Our rock shield, we drag that a lot. But no, it's not too bad. I wanted to buy a Rockwood product, so maybe I'll check out a small Forest River fifth wheel. Listen, although they're kind of heavy, man, those Rockwood mini lights are nice. There are a lot of them out there. That is a huge seller for them. Those Rockwood mini lights are, I mean, they are taking the ultralights and basically same build quality as what we have, but they're putting it in these little RVs, and it's like, man, that's livable. That is definitely livable.
They actually had a mini that is almost as long as this now.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, I think it was 25 feet, if I'm not mistaken, or 24 feet maybe. 25 feet. Yeah, you're getting what you pay for. I mean, if it's your... I mean, somebody said that a long time ago, and I mirror that sentiment definitely. And that is, when you buy your RV and you enjoy RVing, your first one's not going to be your last one. You know, your very first one will definitely not be your last one. If you enjoy RVing, you're going to find other stuff that you're going to, oh, I wish I had that. I should have ordered that. Maybe we should have been into this. I think I would rather do this. This one's too big. This one's too small, whatever. And then you'll start looking for another RV. It's just natural. I mean, it's just a natural thing. So, this is our second one, and we started kind of looking for the third one just half-heartedly for probably the last year. I don't know. It's not that we like to spend money or we like to if I got something that works, I don't want to get rid of it. But it's not, if you get the ability to change, I mean, it's nice. It's just, I mean, it's the same thing that's in your nature that wants you to not necessarily go to the exact same park and the exact same campsite and do your exact same trip every 2 weeks and then go to the next place. You want variety. Well, it happens here too. You get in here and you start thinking, well, it'd be awful nice if we had this or that. There's going to be things, I guarantee, because we just said it earlier. We really missed our little travel trailer we used to have. And it's because we romanticize about how small it was and how easy it was to get around and kind of trouble-free and cheap and all that stuff. Then we get into this and we start thinking, hey, this is really sweet and everything. But then we start thinking grass is greener somewhere else. But I'm sure when we get into something else, we'll look back at this and say, man, wasn't that awful nice that we could, just put it in anywhere and it do this and that. And it was easy to do this. And boy, it had a lot of room here, but not so much room here. I'll tell you, we're probably, the one thing I think we'll end up missing is our bathroom. I like our bathroom. Our bathrooms, but we also hate the bathroom because the only way somebody can use the bedroom is the person in the bathroom's finished, or go outside and use the other door, which we never do. So I know there's going to be things we're not going to, you just got to, you can't have everything. So there's to it.
Yeah.
I have a detached retina, so my wife had to drive with her. I guess it'd be a little ironic to camp in a Rockwood Conservation Area. little sign of Guelph.
That'd be cool.
Guelph. I used to send drivers up there. They hated going to Guelph. It's when I was in the expedited freight. We handled all the freight for the automotive companies, the big three, and I think it was GM that was in Guelph. Anyways, the drivers hated going up there. They had a hard time getting loads out of Canada because the suppliers weren't in Canada, the finishers were in Canada. So the only way that those drivers could get a load out of Canada is if they're bringing finished vehicles. You know, a lot of those Fords were being produced up there at that time. But anyways, very rarely did they get a load out of Canada back into the U.S. So they had to sit so many days before we would authorize them to deadhead to another area to get a load.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, when you're hooked up to your hitch system, I have a Hensley. You have a Pro Price system. Is your trailer always level? When I'm pulling down the road, it's level. Yeah, it's level. Now, when we first set it up, we followed the instructions to a T, and the RV wasn't level. And I didn't like it. I didn't like the way it was. I ended up changing and hooking it up the way I thought, and that was to do like every other trailer that I've had with a traditional hitch system, and that was to if you're going to hook up a trailer to, let's just say, a trailer ball with a traditional hitch system, weight distribution system to a trailer, you know, your ball, when the truck is level, the RV's completely level, the ball of the truck should be about an inch higher than what the ball receiver is on the tongue of the trailer. That way, you put the trailer on and, you know, you lose that inch right away and then whatever. And so that's the way I set up the Pro Pride. I didn't like their instructions said, make sure they're perfectly level, back it in. You know, it could be angled. Remember the Pro Pride, you can adjust your stinger angle so you can put different loads on your weight distribution bars. Well, I put more washers in mine because I didn't like how much mine was initially squatting. And I didn't like cranking up the jacks as high as I was to get it back level again. So I had started off at a higher hitch position. So whenever I hook up and I drop, I had at least an inch gain over what I was before when it was level. And then I changed the stinger position so my bars were down further. So I didn't have to crank them up as high to get it all level again. And then of course these new jacks, they're really nice. They're sweet.
Sorry.
Hi from Houston. I seen hi from Houston. Yeah. There he is. Hi from Houston. Mm-hmm. What times the days change? Different part. No, the time change is the same all across the U.S.
Well,
the time change is the same. The time change is all through the U.S. Any state that honors daylight savings, it all happens the same time. But as far as the days, the amount of light, yeah, Ohio's days get really short. Mm-hmm. They're getting short.
Because it was like 7 here, and it was a little bit light. But as soon as the time changes at home, it's like 5:30. It's dark.
Horrible.
It's terrible. Makes for a terrible winter.
Yeah.
Or fall even.
We are Hensley too. You know, the whole thing behind Hensley, the reason, a couple things. The Pro Pride, whenever I'm hooking up, the Pro Pride's receiver and everything is a little bit closer to the ball than the Hensley. The Hensley's receiver is out further than the ball. I wanted it to be a little bit further back, closer to the hitch. I didn't want too much length out there. It's not much, but it's a little bit. So the receiver's back here. But the main thing that I didn't care for was, even though you may not have to adjust it that often, if at all, I don't want something that has built-in adjustments that you have to check all the time. Those strut arms or whatever that run along the frame, you know, the Pro Pride don't have those. And the fact that they put a built-in wrench on there to turn that big square, because you got to keep on making sure that thing's a certain tightness or whatever. I didn't like that. I didn't like that design. I didn't care for that. What Hensley did have that I did like a lot was their jacks, for the weight distribution. I love their jacks. Well, ProPride finally has went to that style of jack, to where it gets pulled up. Now, the Hensley jack has some weird. It just has different pivoting. The way it pivots is different. It pivots at a different place and stuff like that. I don't think that's really one way or the other better or worse than what ProPride is now doing with their V2 jacks. But I didn't like their legacy jacks that came with the system initially. I didn't like that they grew taller the more tension you put on the bars. I always like the Hensleys that they grow shorter, or they shrink. They can't grow shorter. They shrink to a shorter distance, compact more, the tighter they put, weight on the distribution bars. That was something that I did like that Hensley had, but of course, like I said, ProPride has now. A lot of people don't. I mean, it's five of one, half a dozen of one, six of the other. It's I still think that I like the idea that a lot of people don't know that, and maybe you guys do. Maybe you guys do know that, and I'm just just spouting out the same old stuff. The Hensley hitch, the whole way that Hensley Hitch, the company, came about was Jim Hensley, who created the hitch in the first place. Some people had seen it and said, "Hey, that's kind of cool. What's that?" And he's explaining to them what it is, and they're like, "Well, where can I get one?" And he really wasn't going to build them or anything like that, but the Hensley Hitch Company got started because they bought into the rights for his patent to actually start producing those hitches. And Sean, who is the owner of ProPride, worked for Hensley, and he handled all the the troubles and the good stuff that Hensley had going on with them. But he seen the feedback and the customers and the problems that were associated with the Hensley hitch, and he's an engineer. So whenever the patent right was no longer exclusive to Hensley Hitch Company, Sean left Hensley Hitch. He got hold of Jim Hensley, and those two sat down, as two engineers basically, and they addressed those problems that Hensley was having and redesigned the hitch, basically upgrading it to what they thought it should be like. So that's how ProPride came about. That's how ProPride became ProPride. And I think they did a pretty good job. I really do. But it doesn't mean that there's not anything wrong with the Hensley. It's just, I think that those two, went through and addressed a lot of problems. Like I said, that one, like those arms. I guess those arms, there's problems with those arms. And the fact that your stinger's not adjustable, that you can't change the angle of the stinger to allow, every vehicle, the only thing you do is, and the fact that my stinger can not only adjust different angles, but I mean, as far as up and down. I mean, if I bought, which we did, I mean, I had a 2019 truck that set higher than this 2020 F-350. I didn't have to send back my hitch, the stinger, to Hensley to have them send me a new one. I just took mine apart and readjusted it. And even after that, when we hit the road, we only went a short ways, and I told her, I said, I don't like the way it's riding. And I went back there and took it apart and readjusted it again. Changed the height of it. I didn't have to call and get yet another stinger. So I like the fact that I can, change trucks, and which we're not doing that anymore, but I like the fact that we could go to another trailer. If we went into another travel trailer and I kept this system, I don't have to buy I don't have to buy anything new. I could just unbolt it all from this trailer, and bolt it onto another trailer, and it all adjusts. So there was a lot of strong points that I seen going with the Pro Pride, and those were a couple of them. Which a lot of, like I said, maybe you knew that, maybe you didn't. I just thought I'd throw it out there. How upset would Mike be if hitting a bump caused the coffee to spill in the F-350?
I don't actually.
What, does Mike get another truck? No.
I actually, for the most part, we only have water in there. We try not to.
Every once in a while I'll pop, but
yeah.
I very rarely.
Yeah. I haven't spilled anything in there.
No.
I haven't puked in it either.
Yeah, how do you
puked in the last 2 new trucks.
Yeah, the 2019 she got sick coming back from her colonoscopy.
Yeah.
She just got sick and all of a sudden just whoa. Man, I took that way apart to fix the truck to get it cleaned out. I had to take off the rocker.
It was just water even.
Thresholds. Yeah. It was nothing but water, but ugh. I'm going to remember that we didn't do so good with our live chat like we normally do. What's today? Tuesday.
Maybe we won't do it
Tuesday. We won't do Tuesdays anymore, guys.
We'll go back to Thursdays or Wednesday nights.
Yeah, it was no rhyme or reason why we did this, but normally we hover right about this time. We'll be hovering around 200 and 215 people watching, and it's not. Don't get me wrong. You guys that are all watching, it's awesome. It's not saying, oh, forget these people. It's just that the interaction that we have, a lot of people are, oh, I missed your live chat. Oh, I didn't realize or whatever. So maybe it's the time of year too. It could be the time of year. Kids are back in school.
Yeah.
I mean, Tuesday's one of those days. So what do you guys think? What would about the live chats? What
would you like them once a month? Once a week? We couldn't do 7 hours once a week. I'm not doing that.
No, I'm not doing 7 hours regardless. But
we
could.
The
week. I agree, Herbie. How do you next colonoscopy? Yes. So far, it's an antinosement.
I'll tell you why I got sick is because I smoked a cigarette.
Oh my god, yeah.
And then I drank water. Should have just quit the cigarette and no water and just drove home.
Right. So what's your other questions? How about every 2 weeks? We could probably do every 2 weeks. The thing is we wanted to make sure we have a good internet connection. Propane on or off for 6 to 8 hours in a row. That's a tough one.
7 hours twice a week? No.
The propane fridge, listen, we run
I'm sorry. I did. I'm glad he brought that up again.
What?
Because he want to know if we travel with it on or off.
We shouldn't. We do.
Right.
You shouldn't have your propane on your tanks. They shouldn't be turned on, and you shouldn't have your refrigerator on. We do. I'm just saying what we do. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but we do. It's not an ideal situation, but it's not a lot of options unless you get a 12-volt refrigerator. Although they say that the refrigerator, if it's fully packed with cold items, that as long as you keep it closed, it should last 4 hours. I think it's 4 hours, right? And it only drops a few degrees. As long as you've got it packed with freezer, ice pack, some couple ice packs and all your frozen foods, and of course everything in your refrigerator. You do that the day before, and you do like 24 hours, you have it completely frozen and completely cold. You got everything in there. You should be able to shut off your refrigerator entirely, as long as you don't open the door, and travel down the road for so many hours, and it should hold temperature.
Because when we had that apartment refrigerator,
yes, we had to do that.
Yeah, and I had the bag style ice packs. So while we were on vacation, I didn't have them, but the night or 2 nights before, I'd start freezing them and start putting them in the refrigerator for travel. And stuff didn't
What's up, Travis? Yeah. To answer your question, yes, we have our propane on, and yes, we have the propane refrigerator on. Meet up in Florida, camping meet up in Florida. I don't know. I don't know about that. With your propane, do you still use? Oh, I lost it. Do you still use safety chain? Yep. I had to buy hammer locks because my safety chains won't attach to the hitch holes. Hitch holes are too small. The hitch holes are too small. Hitch holes are too small. Yeah, our safety chains are fine. They work fine. Long time no talk. Yes, it's been a long time. Travis, remind me, you in Mississippi? No, you down south somewhere, right? You're in one of the deep south states, right? I can't remember. Yeah, we're still loving the RV life. We put frozen bottles and little fans running.
We used to do that too.
Oh, you're in PA. How in the hell did I get? Where do I get?
I don't know.
Alabama or Mississippi? That is odd.
His last name.
Yeah, beach. Yeah, I'm here at the beach. I always turn off the propane. Do you like the 12-volt refrigerator? I do like the 12-volt refrigerators, and the only reason is because.
How does everybody say that? How long have they been out?
Well, the only reason that I would
until they fail.
Listen,
even
right. There's so much going for the 12-volt refrigerators. First of all, batteries technology, obviously. All these manufacturers are starting to put solar panels on top of the RVs that will run those 12-volt refrigerators. The refrigerator freezer that we had in the back of this RV, the refrigerator freezer that our son has in his van, those things are awesome. They are and they're 12-volt compressors. They are awesome. They were very awesome. Ours was too big. It was taking up too much space. We didn't use it enough. That's why we don't have it. Our son, what a testament to something. Our son half time he wouldn't clean his solar panel. If you guys remember, on his van, we installed that solar panel. He had 2 deep cycle AGM batteries we got off of Amazon. They're in the store. But anyways, they're like 100 amp hour each. We had a solar charge controller that came with the solar panel, and he has a 12. It can either be his refrigerator can either plug into 12 volt. Well, it plugs into 12 volt and household current at the same time. And when he would plug his van in, it would run off of the household current. As soon as he unplugged his van from household current, it would then run off with the solar, the 12-volt system, those 2 batteries that were in the back of his van. So he went to Colorado, and half the time he wouldn't clean his solar panel. And I always told him, hey, make sure you plug in your van to top off your batteries. When we were helping him load up his van so he could move out of Colorado, I told him, I said, hey, make sure you use your refrigerator, put your groceries in there and stuff so you're not losing anything. He said, yeah, I got to clean out that fridge. He goes, it's been 3 months. And he goes, the van's, just been sitting out there. And I said, you've never charged your batteries or anything? He goes, no. He goes, I've looked at the voltage. And he goes, it's okay. He says, it's always been okay. He says, well, I only looked at it a couple times though. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, it should. It's nothing's running. It's just the solar panel and those 2 batteries. That solar panel was 170 watts. That should keep the batteries topped off. And he said, yeah. And I said, especially if you could keep your solar panel clean. Well, I don't think he was up there cleaning it all the time. He would just clean it occasionally. Well, he said, yeah, I think I've got some food and stuff in that refrigerator. It's probably really disgusting inside there. I'm like, oh man, that's bad. I said, you need to get on that. And the next day when we came back to help him finish loading his van or whatever, he said, you won't believe it. He goes, it was ice cold in there still. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, I've had that refrigerator on for 3 months. And I said, you plug in he goes, no, I never plugged in the van. He goes, I've never plugged it in. He says, it's been running off of those 2 batteries in that solar panel the whole time. And his was a pretty good size. It was a 45 quart refrigerator freezer. and it had been running the whole time. The 12 volt compressor technology, even on some of these coolers that I've done reviews on, other than the weight of the cooler itself, I mean, and they're coming from some of the, Chinese companies, whatever, they're pretty good. I mean, they're kind of, they work. They do what they're supposed to. And that's even with, not the Dan Frost high dollar, high name compressor. These are like knockoff compressors, and they still do just fine. Even though, again, our son's had that name brand style refrigerator compressor in it. So the thing that I always hated was if you get in a cold enough situation, your evaporative refrigerator doesn't work without a cold kit on it, which seems kind of stupid, right? I mean, you're trying to keep it cold. You would think the cold would help it, but it doesn't. So once you get below a certain temperature, you got to buy the cold kit so that it will work and continue to keep your food cold because of the whole heating evaporative process that's needed for that ammonia. The other thing is you lose your refrigerator's capacity because that cooling stuff on the back of the refrigerator, needs a certain amount of space. And the fins that protrude in the refrigerator portion, I mean, they stick in, about that far across the back, the upper part of it. The other thing is, when we were in our old RV, the refrigerator, the way I had it all insulated and everything, the heat, and even with this one, in our medicine cabinet, when we stop, or even right now, if I went in there, let me rephrase that. If it was warm in here, if it was really warm in here, and we didn't have the air running, the refrigerator, of course, the ambient air around it, it would need to run that propane pretty decent. So if we had it on propane, and probably even just on the heating element too, the 12 volt heating element that it's running on, or the household heating element, that it's running on. If we go into our bathroom kitchen, our bathroom cabinet, and I put my hand inside the cabinet, you can feel the wall, it's heat. Our stuff is warm inside there. It's really warm because all the heat that's being generated, that's kind of going up that built-in chimney that goes to the roof. You don't have any of that. You don't need to have it ventilated in the back with a 12 volt compressor. It's sealed. There's no vents. There's no openings or anything for that. Not only that, but the cooling system's not on the back. So the refrigerator, even though it fits in the same hole, it can be deeper. So it's bigger. And again, the 12 volt compressor is effective, running well enough that even if you didn't have a solar panel on your roof, you driving down the road with your truck hooked up, the little bit of trickle that's coming through that little skinny wire, through your trailer harness, that's just a positive wire, not for the lights or anything, but just a positive wire that's hooked up there. That should do fine to keep up with the battery on the tongue of the trailer, or batteries, to keep that 12 volt compressor running. I like them. I really like them. With that said, certain RVs don't come with, only certain RVs are coming with those things. And, there's still a lot of propane electric refrigerators that are being installed as options. The residential ones, I've never been a big fan of the residential one. It's, that one requires to run on electricity. You've got to have 12 volt converted over to, an actual inverter that's plugged in. You got to plug it in. As soon as you do that crossover, as soon as you're taking one type of current and changing it to the other, it loses its effectiveness. So, yeah, I'm not a big fan of residential because of that only, that one reason. But other than that, the residential has all those same features that are better, deeper, less cooling fins. You don't have to ventilate the crap, and so your RV will actually, for the most part, not be exposed to as much heat and stuff. Like when we park, if we're in the sun, I'm very happy that our refrigerator's on the awning side of our RV, because if it's really hot out, like in Arizona, and the sun's beating down on that side of the RV, I can put out our awning as long as the wind will allow it. And I can keep it shaded so the sun's not beating on the intake for the the air that's going to the back of our propane refrigerator. If you have your refrigerator on the other side of your rig that with no awning, then you got to worry about it. I think the 12-volt compressor ones are definitely going to keep on. The whole thing behind this is because this battery technology is getting so much better, constantly getting better and better and better all the time. We're going to find ourselves getting away from a lot of stuff that we would normally do. And in this case, that's the same. That 12-volt compressor is pretty good.
Bill said that the Grand Design units are 12-volt only.
Nice.
For 2022.
That's a pain in the ass, too. Did you guys get your second electric
Yes.
bike? Yeah, we got that bike. Yeah, I've been riding around. We were riding it. We went to
I only have 22 miles on my bike.
I don't know how many I get on mine.
Yeah. You probably not. Probably a little more.
So, yeah, that's my long, drawn-out answer to... There's nothing wrong. If I had my choice between residential, 12-volt, and propane electric, my first choice would be 12-volt. My second choice would be propane electric. My third would be residential for what we are doing. However, as far as what your lifestyle it is, and if you're parked at one place all the time, you may move that residential up into second place and get away from the propane electric. Where are you going, old lady? She's saying her hip hurts. Residential fridges are more common in fifth wheel. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Get some compression stockings. I got them. Hell, I'm wearing compression socks even now. Just sport socks. But I do have long ones that I'll wear to bed. And they work. They do a good job. When we get to a little bit more to sea level, which we're not far off that now. I don't know what level we're at here. We can't be very high, though. In the heat, I'm sure they'll start swelling up again. Especially when I edit videos. When I'm sitting down at the bench over there editing videos, boy, my feet really get pretty darn thick. Yeah, our electric bikes are pretty good. We like them. Mike, how'd you get so knowledgeable? I don't know how much is actually knowledge and how much is BS that comes out of my mouth. I couldn't tell you. This is I'll tell you this, and half you guys will think I'm probably a little weird on this. I swear there's something to do with reincarnation or some crap like that. Or just maybe it's the way people's brains are wired. But there is stuff that I understand that when it comes to mechanics especially, nobody taught me how to fix stuff. I mean, it makes so much sense seeing it. Just like I tell Heidi that the other day whenever she was cooking. I said, I don't understand how you can cook whatever it was she was cooking. I said, I don't understand. There's no recipe or nothing. You're just like throwing crap together. I mean, I see her over there with like a big stir spoon, getting a scoop of butter, and then I see her dumping something else in there. And it's like, how in the world, how do you do that? Well, I mean, I think I get a lot of people that tell me that when I'm working on stuff. They go, how do you even know how to do this stuff? How do you know to fix, how? I don't know. I have no idea unless it was a past life thing that somehow got passed on to me. Me and Shirley MacLaine. How about that reference? Is that too old for everybody? It takes all kind of make sure. Did you CPAP machine yet? No. I checked with the VA. The test has been obviously done. It has been submitted some time ago, and they are just waiting for them to. Apparently, they've got a backlog, obviously. But anyways, they've got to go research it or just look through my sleep study and figure out what needs to be done. There's no thing on there. What spray do you use on the slides and the rolls? I wish I could ask. 3-in-1, and there's one that's a rubber treatment that we only use a little bit of. The other one is 3-in-1. It's a slide. It says slide lubricant right on it, but it's 3-in-1. It's got the straw that flips up. You can either spray where you flip up the straw and it's more of a direct thing. We use that religiously, and we make sure that we wipe off the slide things too, because they get, obviously it tracks dirt on some level and dust, especially when we're out west. Make sure you clean the rubber and spray it all. We use that on everything. There's one of those cans, I think the rubber treatment stuff says you can also put it on metal. So I was putting it all over the rack and pinion, because I was using, my dad had some Molly lube something that he got from the Chrysler stamping plant in Twinsburg. He was a millwright up there. He brought home some stuff called open gear grease that is really good. I still have it. Man, is that stuff nasty. If you get it on you, it does not come off. And whatever clothes it's on, they're ruined immediately.
It's terrible.
You will never, ever get it off of whatever it is. But as far as
off your skin.
Yeah, but as far as the gear grease, it's very clingy. It doesn't attract dirt, and it does a good job. But anyways.
I said it's in our store.
It's in your store. Because everyone has a gift. Some can sing, some can act, and then there's your gift. Yeah. I don't know if it's a gift sometimes. Tosh says, ouch, that's not too old. Yeah, Shirley MacLaine, she was real big in reincarnation. Everybody type in, we'll see how old everybody is. Everybody type in Shirley MacLaine's brother's name. Don't you Google it. Don't you dare Google it.
1,000 and trails and yes.
We'll see how old everybody is.
Yes, we're doing the shuffle a little bit, and then we're going to a park for 4 months. So we'll be in 1,000 trails.
She's got it.
Yep, yeah.
Warren Beatty. Warren Beatty, you got it. Oh my.
Y'all watch too much TV.
What do you think one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies is?
And movies.
Has Shirley MacLaine in it. Oh, you're 65. Okay. Oh, everybody's got Warren Beatty. Boy, there's a lot more people than I thought. Oh, 64. See, I have a tendency to be a little bit in the older group. I'm not sure why. I don't have, I don't know why. It seemed like that all my references to stuff is on an older. I don't know why that was. I remember a lot of stuff in the 70s, even though I shouldn't have. You got it.
I would only know that.
You know what was really funny? We watched one of these. We didn't have cable when we first got married, obviously. We didn't have a ton of money then. And we were watching a marathon, a Clint Eastwood marathon. And they were playing the movie Two Mules for Sister Sarah, which I love. I love that movie. And the guy that does, the break from the movie. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with Two Mules from Sister Sarah on WNBC's late night movie, or WTBS's late night movie, or WNCX or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. But then he would come back from commercial. He goes, okay, we're now going to continue with Two Mules for Sister Sarah. And the thing is obviously it's just some guy that has to do this thing. And he made a mistake, and he was saying 2 miles for Sister Sarah. We were just rolling every time it went to commercial. Yeah, 2 miles. That's it. 2 miles with Sister Sarah. I told her, I said,
Funny.
I said, come in here and listen to this guy. He's going to say 2 miles for Sister Sarah again. Cry Macho. We just watched that the other day.
Yep.
It was a good movie. It was all right.
Wasn't one of the better ones.
Yeah, it was okay. Obviously, if you're a Clint Eastwood fan, you miss Clint Eastwood being Clint Eastwood, and I think that he might be kind of getting away from that because, of course, his life has changed, obviously.
Older.
But maybe he's wanting to put a different, like that whole movie about Cry Macho. I mean, his character was telling you, hey, You don't have to be some hardcore man that, fights everybody because you don't like the way, because his movies previously was not taking crap from anybody. And, I'm sure he's got a different outlook on that now. Gran Torino, that was a good one. I love that. Christmas shopping, our boys. Awesome. Thank you very much. Christmas shopping. Ugh, there's another one. We're good. We're heading to Charlotte, 7th Florida for the winter. Cool. Ever see some came running with shirt? No, I did not. I did not see that. But it's funny that a lot of the movies that I used to like to watch, and I don't know, I related to, it seemed like that it was always an older group of people that found those same things interesting. Like my son, he knows a lot about 80s music. I don't know. He knows a lot about music in general, but
yeah,
he shouldn't. I mean, not with his age group. Now, I know a lot about 80s music. I don't know that much about 70s music, though. I mean, I listen to it, and it's fun, some of the facts and stuff that come across that you... Like, I was just pointing that out to her today. What was I... Oh, something I didn't even realize that David Coverdale... I didn't know David Coverdale, the lead singer of Whitesnake, was the lead singer for Deep Purple. I had no clue. Man, I was floored by that. I was absolutely floored. Yeah, Dirty Harry would be in jail. Yeah, we know ABBA. I know ABBA. I remember I was one of the only ones in my high school that knew that. I know that Something's Going On by Frida. That Frida was one of the, she was from the group ABBA. Because I'm like, oh, is it cool? She's doing a solo song. They're like, what do you mean a solo song? And I'm like, yeah, she's doing a song on her own. It's a hit. This is awesome. And they're like, well, what other group? What was the group that she was in? I said it was ABBA. How did you not know that it was ABBA? 44 mag. My dad had a really nice 44 Magnum. It was a Blackhawk. It was a Ruger Blackhawk 44. It was a beautiful gun. It was really nice. Albuquerque. Howdy, Albuquerque. We were happy to be in Albuquerque getting our oxygen. And visiting the VA there.
Yeah. That's for sure.
Go ahead and make my day. I just sold my Model 29 8 3/8 revolver 2 weeks ago. Night all. Enjoyed the live stream. Awesome. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. So glad that you checked in. Anybody have any questions about anything from Heidi or myself? I don't know if... It's funny because we just don't know what we cover sometimes on our videos and our travels.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was in his 90s, Clint Eastwood.
To give you a trailer at Hershey. No. He was a trailer at Hershey. They don't operate that way. A lot of places don't operate that way. It's funny how that's a common misconception.
Yeah.
We have the guy that does our EasyCom stuff, that I talk about all the time because I really like his product. Somebody had asked him, they called him up and said, hey, we're a big YouTuber and we'd like to check out your internet system. And he goes, fine, which plan do you want? And they went over all the plans and everything, and then he gave him a total, and they're like, oh no, we don't pay for stuff. You're going to send it to us and we're going to talk about it. And he's like, oh no, I've got a business to run, and if you want it, you can buy it like everybody else. Well, that's the same way. I think a lot of these, there's a lot of misconceptions about stuff that are given out for free, and we pay for a lot of stuff. I mean, it's, we've got some monthly outlay for some of our stuff, like all of our internet stuff and that. Yeah, we buy all of our stuff. So as far as the trailer, man, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Oh, so Ginger asked you, what's your favorite meal to make in your RV?
Well, I use the Instapot a lot, and I have made spaghetti, chili. I like to do that because it's kind of a fix it, forget it thing.
Seems a lot more.
We do a lot of beef ribs in them. I haven't used, in the last few months, I haven't used my oven a lot just because it was kind of warm out. But other than that, and I do like to do stuffed peppers on the grill now. I always did those in the oven. But we kind of keep it simple since it's just Tim and I.
Oh, Robert says, seemed a lot more popular. People on YouTube got a new van conversion to review for a while. Yeah, we love our Easy Come. Thank you for the great. Yes, yeah, I do too. It's not perfect for everybody, but
it's working for us.
I love being able to pull in. That's one of the first things I do when we're setting up. We get the slide out, we get our power hooked up, and I check my internet speed. And I'm always crossing my fingers saying, oh, I hope I don't have to get out the antenna and hook it up. And most of the time we don't have to. But even when we do, it's not a big deal. And it's so nice. Then at that point, it's just like having internet, which you do. I love your channel. However, I wonder why most products you have recommended and linked you no longer own. The products that we have that we don't own anymore is because of downsizing and duplicates. Some of the stuff which I've talked about, a lot of any of the ones that say like paid promotion in the top there, or I've said, hey, the manufacturer has given me this to do a review on. How many generators did we have? I think I had like 5 generators at one point in our garage. I can't travel with 5 generators. And as far as like the coolers, those big refrigerator freezer coolers, I have a company wanting to send us another one yet. And I think we might be doing a review on that because it's a small one. And there's times that we're like, okay, we're going to corporate this. We're going to put it in our truck and we're going to keep our stuff cool. When we go down the street, it'd be nice to take that out and be able to drink and whatever. And then we're like, no, maybe not. Why we don't own it anymore? Well, I know that our get-together that we had in South Carolina, I tried to give away everything that we had there. I don't even remember half the stuff that we brought down. I was happy because I know the truck was lighter on the way back. It seemed like the whole bed of the truck, we had all kinds of stuff, the cooler and the solar crap and all that stuff. If we're not using it, I think that's the thing. If we're not using it, if I'm finding that I'm not utilizing it as much as I thought I was, it's gone. We've given away a lot of stuff. Just people in passing. Matter of fact, we have 2 brand new, really nice cup holders for trucks that I'm sure we'll end up giving it away. We were going to give away our picnic table canopy, but somebody decided they wanted to buy it. We had it on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace. And I told her, I said, well, if we can get to, and we tried. We went to numerous campgrounds with that thing in the back of our truck. Well, it was in the RV for a while. But I told her, I said, we just need to get rid of this. We're not putting it up. We're not using it. And it's desirable. You can't buy it anymore. People wanted that. We had people asking us all the time. So I told her, I said, if we find somebody at a campground that I can see them out there sitting at their picnic table, they're using their picnic table. They're actually using it. I said, it looks like they're RVing, they're, that kind of thing. We'll just go give it to them, see if they want it. But it's not a thing that I don't want to carry around all this crap.
Well, we don't have room.
We just don't have the room, so that's why we don't have a lot of stuff. If we were at home, which we were, you guys that came to the get together at Myrtle Beach, you've seen all the crap we brought down, and we had got rid of some of it before we even left. Yeah. So I see something about a Pro Pride.
Yeah. Right there.
Does the Pro Pride have a good hitch with air ride system? Saw a Hensley model on YouTube.
I think.
It was for a fifth wheel. No, Pro Pride don't have Hensley and Pro Pride don't make any fifth wheel stuff. That's that air ride that's built into the hitch is that's for fifth wheel. That's this fifth wheel hitches only.
Okay.
Why does my 35 run at 15 amps with an easy start? Ooh, that seems like a lot. Retrain it. Go through their instructions and retrain your easy start. And how old is your air conditioner? But I would retrain your easy start. There might be something going on there. Your running amps should not be 15 amps unless your air conditioner, it could be your air conditioner's bad, but I would do the first thing is retrain the easy start, which there's a process. You'll have to get online and look to see what it is. I don't know what it is. I've never had to do that. But 15 amps, it should not run at 15 amps. I don't even know what we're running at back there. I don't have, where's my phone? Oh, let me see if I can tell you what ours is, and it might be off back there. I hear the air running, but I don't know what I have the temperature set at. Now, I don't have Bluetooth for the micro air easy starts. I'm looking at our watchdog here. Yeah, our 13.5 in the bedroom. And do we have anything else on in here other than the computer?
That's that.
And all these lights.
Yeah.
Which,
I thought the lights were not.
yeah, they're all 12 volt. So they might be charging the batteries. Oh, the refrigerator is 12.6. I'm at 12.6 amps total. Well, the whole rig right now, we're running at 13.8 amps. So you can get an idea. That air conditioner, the 13.5 air conditioner in the bedroom's running it. 15's too much. Make sure that I mean, if it's an older air conditioner, maybe your compressor's just old and it's hogging it up. But yeah, arguably only part-time campers tend to use supplies picked up. Yes, you're right. That's something that I would love to be able to reiterate or share as far as knowledge. One of the biggest things that we learned, it's amazing how, I mean, we knew going into it there was a difference between camping and RVing. But when you're RVing and how much you travel and how long you stay in an area, the difference in setup is just totally, I mean, it's so, sometimes it's like you don't even need anything in your RV other than food, the bed, and but the longer you stay, the more you start, like us staying here, we thought we'd be here for a period of time, but of course we get out our water softener and we get out our filters, and we got out the mat to lay underneath the awning, which we don't ever do, but it's sand here. We don't want to drag that in the RV. And then we get out the awning tie downs and stuff like that. But when we're traveling and we're moving around a lot, I mean, we didn't get out anything. We would never get out our chairs. Heidi would just sit on the steps in the morning on a towel when they were wet, from rain or whatever the night before. It's funny. A campfire seems far-fetched. I mean,
we actually had a picnic table and a fire pit here.
Yeah.
Most time there isn't a picnic table.
We sat at the picnic table and ate our steaks.
Yeah.
One day.
Yeah.
We just wanted to be outside, but I don't know. It's funny. It's really funny. Heading back to Florida, yes. Yep, heading back to Florida. We'll get there. Tomorrow we're going to be in South Carolina for just a couple days, and 2 days, and then we'll be in Florida until April or May. So yeah, we're getting ready to 2 days South Carolina tomorrow. And then Florida from that point until May. We'll be moving all over Florida, but nonetheless, we'll be in Florida.
We won't be moving as much as we did last year.
You're often limited to how many larger electric appliances you can run if you have to plug into a household circuit. You are often limited as to how many larger appliances. Yes. Yeah, right. Yes, out west, there was no fires. There's not even a hint of a fire. Nothing. Look at the Gen Y hitches. I have that set up with my Hensley hitch. You'll never find a Orion a separate suspension from each other. Yeah, the only thing I don't understand with the Gen Y hitch being run with the Hensley, how is the weight distribution still apply? Because if the Gen Y has that built-in dampening going on, how can you apply force downward to that to distribute the weight to the front axle of the truck and the back to the axles on the RV without affecting that shock motion? I'm kind of confused on that. I'm not sure. March of 2022, Herbie? Well, you're really getting close. That is awesome. Howdy, Cheryl. Why do RV owners always seem to be shopping for a new model or type? I don't think we have anything better to do. We're living in it. Just going to see what else is new, see if there's something else that we might like. Like I mentioned earlier in the live chat here, that if it's your first RV and you like RVing, it won't be your last RV. And as your needs change, I mean, even us, if we knew we were going to move a lot and travel a lot the first year for sure, so we tried to stay as compact as we can, with the knowledge that if we do stop and we're at a place for a long period of time, for a few months, that this would do us okay. We could still live in it. It's fine. But if we start finding ourselves staying longer at locations, the model of RV that we're looking at is slowly going to get bigger. I mean, that's why you see park models at campgrounds where people are staying for years. There's no sense in them trying to cram themselves in a little RV. So it's the same with us. I mean, our travel is changing a little bit, so that's why we're kind of looking. We'd like a little bit more space. We've pretty much downsized and downsized and downsized. And
thanks, Cheryl.
We're to
that
the
was
point.
Very sweet of you.
Oh, thank you, Cheryl. If you guys don't know, Cheryl probably comments more than anyone.
Yeah.
On our videos.
Every one of our videos.
Every single one.
We appreciate you.
Yes. Yeah. I hardly answer any. Heidi, she does all the answering of that stuff.
Yeah.
Watch your mic there.
Oh.
But the amount of traveling that we're doing is just changing. That's all. So we're just looking at something maybe a little different. Dang, autocorrect. What did he say? I'm glad you like our videos.
Oh, my back.
I wonder.
A little bit of a headache.
You do? Anything else you guys want to know about? It's funny because We really don't have anything that's like groundbreaking that has been going on.
It's been a little on the boring side lately.
Yeah.
Not anything exciting, which I don't know, that could be good or bad.
Going to slow down with your travel this year. I don't know if we're slowing down so much. It's just it's matching what we did last year, so it doesn't seem like it's not more. So I guess it seems slower to us. We're still planning on, yes, boring. As far as repairs go, boring is very good. The thing is, we're definitely going to we're going to duplicate last year in 2 ways for sure. 3 ways, kind of. But there's still going to be, I think, some twist thrown in there, which we don't know how that's going to pan out for sure. And what's going to happen necessarily, but we're definitely going to be at Wildwood again. We're going to try to stay there for the whole month. We enjoyed the last time we were there. I hope we get a good site again. We got to look up what site it is and see if we can get in there again. Yeah. That'd be really nice. I love the site we were in last year. We're definitely going to be in Orlando. I don't know how long in Orlando. We plan on doing a month. Again, same situation. I would like to be... I don't know what site we'd like to be in there. We'll have to see. Then after that, we have plans to not go at this point. We're not going, we don't know for sure, but right now then, after we're done with Orlando, we're definitely going to Vero Beach. We're definitely going to be in Vero Beach. We know how long we're going to stay in Vero Beach, but we don't know if we're going to be leaving Vero Beach and coming back. Leaving Vero Beach and coming back. We don't know about that yet. We think we might, so just be prepared. It might be a little crazy. We want to do the Tampa show. That might be kind of cool. There might be something that we need to talk about at Tampa. I don't know. On 2 fronts, actually. I think we want to visit more Florida. I'll tell you, Sarasota. We've been doing Sarasota?
Not yet.
Is Sarasota in the area?
Well, I'm just gonna type because I don't know. I just put where we're gonna be.
Oh. Okay, Google. Sarasota, Florida. I just want to see it real quick.
Somebody is having issues with their electricity in 1,000 Trails.
It's south of Fort Myers.
Well, we don't have plans to get over to Fort Myers just yet.
Or it's south of Boca. Boca. It's south of St. Pete.
Oh.
See, I think we might be in that area at some point. But I don't know if we're going to be with our RV and staying in that area because I don't know. Are you in Sarasota? Is that what he's asking? Are you in Sarasota?
The Tampa show's in January.
Has a dammed up lake and lots of camping too. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the Tampa show. Wait a minute, I got that. You don't have to look it up. It's in I've kept it up. You know how it's...
Yeah.
You know how you can keep a window open?
Yeah.
It's one of my windows. The Tampa RV show is 112 days, 12 hours, 40 minutes, and 13 seconds, 12
January
seconds, 11
19th
seconds.
to the 23rd.
Yeah. January 19th to 23rd.
He always gives too much information.
Yeah, I sure do. We have a house there. Oh, okay. I have an aunt that lives in Valrico, in the Bloomingdale area. I have a cousin and her husband and her kids that live in St. Pete. And then I have another cousin that lives up north of all that, up in Wesley Chapel. So St. Pete, of course, isn't that far, and neither is, for that matter, Valrico from Sarasota. And I know she has really her good friend from school. Well, she's our friend at this point, right. And her husband in Fort Myers. So We might have to get over there and do the rounds at some point.
Maybe.
Maybe. Might be some hotel stays. It might be some cabin stays.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that we haven't utilized. We got to work on with this 1,000 Trails membership. We have, with our initial membership, we bought that Ultimate Odyssey. It came with 5 free cabin stays, 1 cabin stay a year at any of the 1,000 trail parks that have cabins. You use 1 a year. You can trade in those cabin stays for a condo stay for the same, it's a week long. We also we have an RPI membership from the first membership that we bought, the Ultimate Odyssey, and we got 5.
Yeah.
5 $500 vouchers to be used for condo stays. And we can use that once a year. So if you follow what I just said, and it's one time a year over the next, how many ever? No, it's 8. It's 8 years. Yeah. It's over 8 years. So anyways, we have all these vouchers for $500 for stays. We then bought the new membership, and we get to keep all those first ones. So now we have that all duplicated again. So we have another 5 cabin stays that can be traded in for cruises or condos that we use once a year. And then, of course, we have another $3,000. We have $3,000 worth of vouchers, or no, it's more than that are for all these condo stays too. And we can use now for a year. I mean, basically what it comes down to is, because you have the one that can be traded in for a condo. So we could do 4 condo stays a year for free.
Yeah.
Or we could do 2 cabin stays and 2 condo stays for free a year. So or we can do a cruise. So we need to start utilizing that, because as of January 1st, we already lost 1 last year. We lost 1 condo stay and we lost 1 cabin stay from the first membership. So now we got to make sure, it's a use or lose thing. It's a handful. I'll be in Florida, but over at Merritt Island. We'll be near Merritt Island. We're going to be in Daytona here for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But it's North Daytona. It's north. It's north of like Ormond Beach. It's real close to Ormond Beach. Merritt Island. I never took her to Merritt Island Mall. That was a big thing in the 70s when we were kids. We used to go to Merritt Island Mall all the time. I was hoping Lake Gaston, I would swing by and meet with you. Your permission. Y'all know, anybody, just get in touch with. If you guys want to, we're not untouchable or nothing like that. Just say, hey, I'm going to be in the area and I want to come meet you guys. Just it's hard because the videos are backlogged and stuff. You can kind of keep track on Facebook, I think, to some extent. But just say, hey, where are you guys at? If you see us in Florida, hear about us in Florida, or wherever. It don't make a difference. Yeah, we like when people meet up with us.
Up here.
Bring a chair.
Yeah, we only have 2 chairs.
We only have 2 chairs.
Mr. Smith said that they're at a park. Right here.
Question. As avid 1,000 Trails traveler, how often do you find parks have terrible power situations? I ask because we're in 1,000 Trails coldest lake and the power situation is horrible. I'm not sure what you mean by the power situation. Like,
he's the one that was.
What are they? Oh, here we go. We're having trouble getting 15 amps from a 30 amp stand without blowing the breaker.
That's terrible.
That is really, I've never had that problem. Now we have an autoformer that's back here, which I did a video on, and it steals amps and makes it into voltage, so we're not burning up motors or something like that.
Make sure you call them, and
they
might have somebody come out and.
Oh, well, no, this wasn't 1,000 Trails park, but we stopped at a horrible park. I can't remember where that was. Don't get me wrong. It could have been nice. I didn't care for the.
It was a parking lot.
The people were a little strange, and people were living there because they had to. That's a weird feeling to move in on, because. Okay, well, I've got a theory on that, and I'll talk about that in a second. But anyways, the park, when we got there, immediately I was having problems, and we called the office, and the first thing they said is, well, somebody just left out of there, and they didn't seem to have any problems. Well, apparently they did have problems. They just didn't say anything, because the lady that was next to us, whenever she saw that guy come, we called, and they sent out a repair guy right away. She said, oh yeah, the guy that was here before us, he was having all kinds of problems. It's just, one of those things. And the guy, as soon as I knew there was a problem, because we've got so many safety things inside here.
They use an autoformer too.
Oh, do you? Then you definitely need to talk with them, because like I said, that guy came out and immediately he goes, and you could hear it when we plugged in, it would do this little sizzling noise. He pulled it apart, and the socket was all jacked up and everything. But anyways, what I was going back, definitely called. My answer is definitely call the park.
You said that they were aware of it.
That is bad. We've never run into that, except for one park, and it wasn't 1,000 Trails.
We run into a park that
in Florida.
I know.
Remember that one? Ocean View. That had real low voltage, remember? On our old RV?
Yeah, but we also run into ones that have the garbage bags over them.
Oh, yeah.
Multiple.
Yes.
Lots.
Was that 1,000 Trails? Yeah.
I forget where
I'm pretty sure it was 1,000 Trails. We did a video on it. It was the one that we drove through, and it was a rocky, hilly climb throughout the park.
No, they had to move 5 times in 3 weeks.
Oh my God.
That's just terrible.
I wonder where, I don't know where that place is, but wow, that is really bad. That's really, really bad.
Oh yeah, the pedestal at Pirate Land.
Oh yeah, right. I remember that one. That was Marcus's fun time. But the thing that I wanted to say about when you get into some of these parks, and don't get me wrong, I've never run into this with the Encore parks or the 1,000 Trail parks. With that said, I'm sure there are Encore parks and 1,000 Trails parks that could have the same potential problem. But we went into a park that we paid for. It was a Passport America park. We got a good discount on it. And there were people in there living in there because they had to live in there. Not because they wanted to. You could tell by the RV. You could tell about the situation. And the one way that you know for sure is that they are just, oh my God, you wouldn't believe what this guy does over here. This guy over here, every day he's da-da-da-da-da-da. And these people over here, I don't know what we used to talk to them all the time. And it's this whole neighborhood
drama
thing. You could tell, and you just want to scream at them and say, don't you have wheels on your home? You need to hook up and leave. I mean, if you got that many problems, if you don't like your neighbors, hook up and leave. Go. Well, they don't have a choice. Well, I work at the convenience store, and I'm working 20 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours a week, and I'm saving up my money and stuff like that. And you're like, it was just a bad situation, because people still have this, and don't get me wrong, it's true to some extent. There's some truth to it. Oh my God, it must be so nice that you can just travel around the country and just go wherever you want to go. And I'm thinking, lady, you could go wherever you want to go too. You've got a truck and you've got a trailer just like I do. The only thing stopping you is you haven't figured out how to do it. It's just, you got to figure out what you need to do to make that happen. And that might be work camping. That might be going and gate guarding for 6 months to pocket the money. It might be going to Quartzsite and staying out in the desert and going to the show and finding a job, at the show if you don't have the money, or doing something. I mean, I don't know what,
But a lot of people's never actually had a vehicle. They've had somebody bring.
That's right.
There's a lot of people in 1,000 Trails that do that also. They don't even have a vehicle.
Yeah.
They just pay somebody to move them to park to park to park.
But it's an odd feeling, because they're looking at you like, you must be the richest person in the world, just be able to just willy-nilly go over we want. And it's like, boy, it's so not like that.
It's the only 1,000 trails in Canada. That stinks.
Oh, well,
That stinks.
that's not a good situation because I believe that Thousand Trails trying to expand into Canada or buying and having that, I think they realize how many people are in Canada doing the same thing as people in the US, and I think that's a marketplace that they want to expand into. But I think that the problem with that is they don't have it perfected here yet. I mean, it's really not. It's not perfected here. I don't think that I would try to open it up and try to go into other places yet. That's sad. That's really sad. I don't know that much about Thousand Trails in Canada and how they're involved with it, but it's
Do you think many buying RVs is because they can no longer afford a fixed home with land?
could be.
Yeah, because you can get a
And
travel trailer cheap.
and it's not so much the afford part of things. The one thing that I think we all learned whenever we went through the whole 2008, I guess it was, or when the housing market, when the bubble busted, when the housing market got real bad, it was the first time in a long time that nest egg, your home as an investment, you're able to go down and get a loan for a car because you have a house and you can just through equity, sign up. You got good credit because you own a home. All that stuff went out the window. I mean, it just home ownership didn't mean nothing, and people then realized, wait a minute, why am I even working for this thing? I worked all my life. I worked 20 years, and this thing's worth nothing now. And I don't get it. And now because of that, people just got a different thought, an idea about things. And whenever you take, something that used to be, everybody cherished their home. Remember, I mean, how much they cherish their home. To be able to get married and buy and get a 30, 40-year loan on a home, usually a 30-year, but still could be 40, could be 20 or 15 even. But they would buy a home and they would work their butts off and they'd raise their kids there. And whenever the housing market just kind of shut all that down to where they had to think differently, their job wasn't there necessarily. A lot of people getting laid off and stuff, and plants closing and all that crap. So now people look at jobs differently and people look at homes differently. When we decide we're going to stop, because one day we'll have to stop this, I'm sure. I don't know when that'll be. We have no idea ourselves, so we don't even venture a guess. We don't know what we want to get into. We don't know if we want to get into a house. We don't. Maybe we want to get into a mobile home. Maybe we would do a trailer and live yearly, in a climate that allowed it. Maybe we'd have a couple trailers or a couple mobile homes, and just move back and forth between two areas. It's really hard to say, and we would have never moved into the situation that we are now if it wasn't for the fact that at some point our house, it was a fragile egg. Even though we were in kind of a bulletproof situation for ourselves, because we didn't overextend. We never overextended. If we could have overextended. And I think we could have potentially been in a really bad situation, because when her and I first got married, you should have seen some of the homes we were looking at, because both her and I were making so much money back then between the two of us, and our rent was $200 a month. I mean, we had 7 cars between the two of us. 7. Well, I had a truck that four-wheel drive truck I drive in the winter. When I didn't want to drive the four-wheel drive truck because the snow wasn't that bad, I had an old winter beater car I would drive. In the meantime, I had a new muscle car that was sitting in the garage. I would take that out on nice days when the salt wasn't bad. She had a nice corporate type car for her work that she was doing. We also had another little sports car we played around with. I mean, it's just we had a lot of cars, and we just all kinds of stuff. It was the '90s. We overindulgence, It carried over from what we were trying to do in the '80s on by ourselves. But then when we got together and we were both making good money, it made it a lot easier. We were looking at some really big homes with some really big mortgages, and I'm glad we didn't get into them, tell you the truth, because it could have been really bad. But I think that people are thinking about all that a lot differently now. It's not, this is just my own thoughts on it. I don't really know what everybody's got going through their heads out there in the world, but I don't think of a home the way I used to, not even close. And I don't think of a job the way I used to, not even close. She don't think of a job the way she used to, and she just retired from one. It's you're not being valued like you used to. I mean, it really isn't. There's one company we just watched the other day. That guy, all the employees in the company make $75,000 a year.
70,000.
Every employee, don't make a difference who, the bottom, whatever. Every single one of them.
He makes $70,000.
And how he did that was he took his million, whatever he was getting a year, and he took a pay cut, and he gets $70,000 a year.
Yep.
And he's been doing that. And during the whole C-19 stuff, he suffered. He said it was close, but he had enough investments and stuff that he made it work.
He actually,
and now
he cut their pay.
He cut their pay.
And then he paid them back.
Yep.
He's already paid them back.
And the employees all chipped in and bought him his dream car because he can't afford it now that he takes that lesser.
Yep.
Now, those are the kind of companies people want to work for.
Right.
And everybody, all the people that, of course, are the big wigs, the people that want worker drones, the CEOs and CFOs of companies, they're like, no, that can't work and you're going to fail. And they're really pushing it because if it doesn't fail, then, that model could be duplicated elsewhere. And he even said when he started it, he was hoping that there would other people would follow suit just like him and start doing it with their employees. Because he was saying there's no reason why, the CEO has to make, it was 100 to 300 times more than the most of the entry-level employees, or even employees that have been there a couple of years. And I've said this before too. I remember years ago, it was 137 times the CEO of the company was making 137 times what the average 5-year worker was making at the company. And I've said this 1,000 times, and I'll still believe in this. I don't care how good somebody is at their job. There is nobody that can do a job 130 some times better than I can. I don't care what it is. I don't even care if it's surgery. You know how good they would have to be to do it 137 times better than me? I mean, it may take me longer. It may take me, I'd have to have a lot of help. But God, you know how bad I'd have to be to 137 times if a brain surgeon did this surgery. And again, he's a worker, so I can't even use that as an example. Most of these CEOs are just pointing, you need to do that type guys. They're not really doing a job. They're not doing, Anyways, I'm getting on a rant. I'm not going to go that direction.
Yeah, plus we got to get off here.
No, I'm having fun. It's only 9:00.
Well, I'm saying that we need to...
No, we got questions. I didn't even see them. What's the questions? Cultus Lake is not new. It started in the late 70s when Thousand Trails was really starting to expand.
I'm going to turn the air up.
It's 63 in the bedroom.
My feet are cold.
It's 65 in here.
You got your socks on. I'm cold.
She's cold. Yeah, I didn't want to get on a rant on that stuff. That was.
You get a rant on everything.
I do. I think it's because I have something to say about most of that stuff.
You got somebody to talk to.
I have something to say about most any of that stuff.
Since I got up, I'm gonna go.
Oh, is that what's happening? I'm shocked. I'm going to move the microphone. It might be interfering there near the computer. Sorry about that. You turned it off? What? Oh, cool. Probably you're trying to talk over us. We have the TT Ultimate Odyssey. How much more for the adventure add-on? Use the links in the description. Get hold of Jim and Brandy Reneau and let them know, because it's all different. It could be like in our case, whenever we first tried to buy the adventure program, we had the Ultimate Odyssey, and Jim, stand-up guy, he said, hold on. He said, you don't have anything planned. You're not moving right. And I said, no, we're kind of standstill. He says, I think there might be something coming down the pike, possibly, that'll save you some money. He says, I don't know that for sure, but as long as you're not in a rush, he says, give me some time. So I suggest you give him a call and just tell him, because it's all different. I really wish I could tell you X amount of dollars, that's the difference, but that's not the case. And even in our situation, I don't know. I have no idea if that was a one-time thing because of what we paid prior for the Ultimate Odyssey, how long we had it, it's hard to tell. It really is. That's kind of a secret handshake thing that's going on that I don't know that much about. So yeah, Jim and Brandy, tell them that you spoke with Mike at RVDaydream and he said he got a great deal, because we did get a great deal. It was definitely a great deal. I'll have to say that. So see what he can work up for you. Those guys are good. I'm really glad that we moved into this new one. Although the 28-day thing. Oh, by the way, yeah, we're for this. Yeah, I mean, we already have our Orlando and we have our Florida trips at Thousand Trails already booked. We've had them booked for a long time. By the way, just to let you know, if you are thinking of going from the Ultimate Odyssey to the Adventure program, and you know of an area that you're wanting to be in, and you want to be there for a period of time, you can make your reservations using your Ultimate Odyssey before you change over, and those will stay on the books. Those reservations will stay on the books as you made them, because you made them with your other plan. So we have our 28 days still for Wildwood and Orlando, because we booked those while we still had the Ultimate Odyssey. Yeah, I know it's what's happening in our world, but RVing used to be what retirees did. Now so many jobs. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that stuff was on purpose or what. That rants are why I'm here. As employees is being considered assets and super. Yeah, that was something. It was funny. I think that was my ruination with big corporations. Was I had a boss who was very, very smart when I worked at FedEx, and I had to go. And I was a worker. I had been with the company at that point for like 5 years, and I had to go to a Ford cost management meeting in Dearborn because we handled their freight. And basically, we all sat down and all aspects of expedited freight or freight moving in general with all the Ford executives that were involved. And we basically said, this is what we do. So, they would say, when I need to move something from here to here, this is who we use, and they'd point to us. And then I'd get up and I would give my spiel of, okay, when they call us, this is what we do. Here's the cards. Here's the flow chart. Here's how it all works. And then they would all talk, and we'd have a discussion of, well, how could we make this better? Because what you're doing here doesn't make any sense if you guys are doing this. And then I would explain, well, we're doing, detention time because you have our driver sitting for more than a half an hour for freight. In the meantime, you have loads that need to be going from the Rouge plant while we have drivers sitting waiting for loads that are late. And so we got to charge detention time after so many minutes, because if not, you guys would just hold our guys forever. In the meantime, you got other freight that needs to be moved, and it don't get moved because our allocation of drivers can't be, just for you guys. We have drivers all over for all the, we have a lot of drivers. We can't afford to get any more. It doesn't make any sense. You guys need to utilize them better. And anyways, on the way back from the meeting, the general manager that I was with, he's, our drive back to Ohio, he says, one of the reasons that we're having a problem with competing with some of these other companies there is because our service level is so great. He says we service customers better than anybody else. They know every step of the way, every single thing that's going on at any time of day. We have track, we just keep track of everything. It's all the SOP is so tight. And everybody follows it so greatly. He says, but they're wanting to make us, as you said, assets, but he said commodities. He says they're trying to make us just a commodity, something that can be bought and sold. And instead of us being listed as a commodity that has a service rating that's above all, they're just saying trucking company. It's not saying a good trucking company. It's just making us trucking company. Well, fast forward like another 6 months down the road, and instead of us being judged by our managers and supervisors as how good we did our job, all of a sudden they wanted to take everybody and put them under a testing system that would make them commodities. And not now am I not this experienced agent that has been with the company for 5 years and has trained most of the employees and part of the drivers, and was an ISO 9000 internal auditor. Now I'm just I'm an agent that has a certain level of abilities. It doesn't say how well I'm doing. It's just saying this agent can do this list of things. Let's say he's a 20 thing agent, and this is a 10 thing agent, and this is a 5 thing agent. And even though we have 5 or 6 different 20 thing agents, he might be a really good 20 thing agent, but his list only shows that he can do 20 things. So that's what we're going to pay him like. That's when I left the company. It was a pay compression problem. And again, they made me an asset, even though the general manager of the company, one of the co-founders of the parent company, had told me, the reason that we're trying to compete and we're not getting the money that we should or the attention we should is because they're just lumping us in with all these other companies. They turned around and did the exact same thing to all the employees, and they were trying to lump us in as agents and different levels of agents. And I said, forget it. That's whenever I went to work for myself.
Do you think the old travel trailers like your...
The old 1000 trailer was very, 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 very good for the year, and it was better than a lot of the 2000 models and 2006 models. So from 2000 to like 2006, 7-ish, I think that my old 92 was better than them, but this one's on a different level. I mean, it really is. The old camper was really, really good, but I don't know. It's kind of like saying, was my old 97 truck as good as the 2019 truck? And I did a video on that, and I wanted it to be better. It wasn't. I mean, there's a lot of good things about it, but when it comes right down to it, it wasn't better.
You're not lifting the hood, working on it.
Yeah, I haven't done that hardly at all. I checked the oil, but that's pretty much it. I'm like for the camera now. Did I miss something when Penske Logistics? No. FedEx Express, FedEx Custom Critical. Before that, it was Roberts Express. Come back. I didn't see it. I was above that Penske Logistics. What's that? Where's there an 800 number in there?
I put it there.
Oh.
For campground.
Oh, good,
it's
good.
not an 800 number.
Oh, good.
That's the campground
definitely.
numbers.
Yeah, to Jim and Brandy.
No, the campground membership for used.
Oh, well, they're
So
not going to have a used adventure program.
it wasn't. That's not what they were saying.
Oh,
That's why I put it on there.
oh yeah, the adventure program, even the Ultimate Odyssey.
Said that they have a friend that's looking for used.
Oh yeah, campground membership outlet.
Yep.
Tell them RVDaydream sent you. I always say the same thing.
That's what I have on
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Let them know. They're good people. I mean, I would honestly, I would hope that a lot of you wouldn't think that I would. I wouldn't stoop. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. We don't have any need to tell you a big fib or kind of guide you or misguide you or whatever, right? Or try to direct you in a certain way. All the stuff that we've messed around with and we deal with and who we've interacted with, there might be better out there. We haven't found it. We've been very happy. Matter of fact, the gentleman that's behind us, which I won't talk very loud. Hey, Donnie, if you're watching, just kidding. He bought, and he had a hard time with it, buying his Ultimate Odyssey, or I'm sorry, his adventure program. He said that it was all about negotiating and wheeling and dealing, and he called like 5 different people or 6 different people before he got
a
price that he wanted or anything. We didn't get any of that from Jim and Brandy. None of it. I mean, it was really nice and simple. Jim told us what he had to, offer. He did a PowerPoint. He explained everything out. And when we talked to the used campground membership outlet, man, we got a ton of information from Kim's dad was who I spoke to first, and then we spoke with Kim. I think her brother's in there too somehow. But
anyway, they'll send you everything that they have available
on the used
and through the email, and it breaks each one that's available down and tells you all about it and who owns it and all that and the price and the yearly fees. So
but
it's kind of nice.
You're still going to have questions, and they will answer all of them.
Yep.
And don't dilly dally.
Yeah, because they'll go away.
Because we found one that we thought we wanted really bad, and I think it was a day. It was one day, and it disappeared.
Yep.
Which, ultimately it worked out because we ended up buying new with the the bigger plan, but still. We are Ultimate Odyssey, and when we asked to upgrade Adventure, they said $15,000 to upgrade. What? That can't be right.
Yeah.
Wow, that seems like way too much money.
That's one thing nice about buying from somebody that's outside of Thousand Trails, because they remember you. They remembered us. We went back to the same people that we bought the Ultimate from.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim and Brandy.
Yep.
Seemed that the half of the new renovated house of the 90s had oak cabinets along with the RVs. Now it seems that most younger people on social media show themselves painting over them. Yeah, you're right. Now we painted over ours, but the funny part is our RV had hardwood doors, everything at eye level, but on the lower levels they were that pressed wood. It's like, oh, that's sneaky. That was sneaky even back then. We were still happy with ours. Adventure Bandits, how you doing, guys? Tampa show, probably. I think we're gonna do it. I'm pretty darn sure, right?
Yeah.
We're in the area and we do enjoy the show. I don't know if we're gonna hook up our RV.
We'll be on the other coast.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that we'll be in the area.
We'll catch an Uber over.
Yeah. Oh boy. Anyway.
Yeah.
Barefoot Adventures.
Howdy. How are you? You're one of the reasons. Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, sorry. I don't know. Sometimes the channel is fun. Sometimes it's a chore. I still enjoy it overall. I always tell everybody the same thing that asks, oh, maybe I should start a channel. It's like, listen, if you're thinking about getting rich, don't even bother. But if you think you would enjoy interacting with people and sharing what you got going on, then go right ahead. I mean, maybe you've got an artistic side or something that needs to stretch its legs, and this will allow you to do it. I don't think that I'm that artistic or anything like that, but I do enjoy it sometimes. Other times it's a real chore. But I mean, Heidi was just telling me how many videos we post already.
700.
I can't believe 700 videos. It's like, oh my word, because our videos, you know how it is. A lot of our videos are 35 minutes, an hour long. Wow, that's a lot of videos. I made $110.74 in 1 year. Woo!
Yeah, it'll only go up from there.
Back in 2009, I think it was. I started YouTube in 2007 with our other channel, or with my other channel. And I think it was 2009. I remember I got a check in the mail, and I told her, I said, "Oh my, I can't believe it." It was like 70. I'm sorry,
No, it has to be
it was
over
100. It was over 100. We were stuck at $74 for so long, and then finally the next month I made like 90 some dollars, and then it went a little bit further. Anyways, it finally got over 100, and I told her, I think it was 130. I wonder if I still have that check somewhere. Or I took a picture of it or something. It was like, yes, that's awesome. I said, I can't believe it. And then whenever we started doing Amazon affiliates, wow, that was awesome for a while. Now it sucks. We're having such a rough time with it. I think everyone is. It's just not the way it used to be. Even, YouTube's still doing okay, but if if you look at a chart and you see every year you're increasing, you're more numbers, more views, more videos, more subscribers, more watch time. And with Amazon, more product, more clicks, more things sold, more revenue towards Amazon. You see that, and you would think that, your money would go up along with that. And it don't. It's diverted, and it's perverted, because it's driving me crazy that how can we have more subscribers, more views, more comments, more videos, more everything, and the monies that comes in is just barely changed. And it's the same again with Amazon affiliates. It was real bad when they did that cut across the board with percentages. And I mean, if you guys knew, which I hate saying anything about the actual money any longer, because you get these people who are like, oh, geez, you're making all kinds of money. And then you got other ones that are like, holy cow, you're hardly making anything at all. So we made a conscious decision not to get into too many details. But if you guys was to see how little we made like last month compared to 2 years ago this same month.
We weren't even full time.
With half the subscribers, if not even half. It's like, how could that be? That doesn't even make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. Sometimes you get really fed up with it. And again, I don't take my own advice. Don't do it to make money at it. Just do it because you're wanting to do it. 97% of my video views come from outside my channel.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny. A lot of our views don't come from subscribers.
Right.
Which all you can do is hope that people subscribe. But then if once they subscribe, they don't watch you, then I don't know. I don't know. We have a good group. I'm glad we haven't done anything stupid and got a lot of subscribers that don't actually care about what we're doing. That they're just, I don't know why, it's kind of like we're a band and people like to follow us for our music, and they actually listen to our album, all the songs, and actually listen to them, and some of them they tune out, some of them they like, some of them they don't like. Versus being a one-hit wonder and having a whole bunch of fans, but they only like you for one thing, and they could really care less if you're coming out with another record or not. I would rather have the other. I'd rather have the group that kind of likes to follow along. So those are probably poor analogies.
Want more
I
cowbell.
guess you could say that the ad money on older videos is passive income. Yeah, yeah, I guess the problem with that is that income doesn't always, it's not always there, because once those products become irrelevant or they quit selling them,
Yeah.
then of course that's null and void. So it's not like owning a rental that, you know, you've always got that money coming in. That is being a passive income. Of course, you have an outlay to that that would maybe subtract from some of that income. And some years it may subtract a lot to the point where you don't make anything. However, for the most part, you're in control, that you have that rental and you're putting it out there to be rented. And it's always it's under your control for the most part. Sometimes you don't get a renter, but for the most part, you will. Our videos, I mean, I've got videos up there that are so irrelevant. They're not going to make any money. I mean, you get people to watch them. It's like, I don't even know who's watching these things anymore. And it's so old. It's so antiquated. It's talking about something that's obsolete. For example, that phone company that I had a big, huge video on, that one phone company we were talking about earlier. I still can't remember their name. Not Ring, not, it was something short.
Yeah, I don't even know.
I don't even know where I did the video at. It'd have to be on. Well, anyways, like that video, I just took it down. It wasn't even relevant. It's like, why even bother? This stupid that it's even up there. So, yeah, some of them are passive. I mean, I have some videos on our other channel that are definitely passive income, that it makes money consistently, and I really don't have to do anything with it. I have to resubscribe to some of my channels, even though I watch off them. Does YouTube unsubscribe us? Yeah, YouTube goes through and they have an automatic flush or something, because they were having a lot of people that were
Spam.
they had subscribers that weren't real subscribers. So yeah, this message being held for mint. What is that? No way. Want the space. Two sinks. Pain in the ass. Double trouble. Well, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Stuart means no way. Oh, maybe because the exclamation points?
Didn't say anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. Stuart, why did YouTube flag your comment as...
Oh, ass.
Oh, because he said ass.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's why.
okay. It flagged your statement. It didn't want you to say ass, apparently, or type it in.
So you're gonna do any new content on your other channels?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think another towing video is going to have to come in, but there was something else that, I'll tell you what, if the money would be right, anybody that happens to stumble on this, and if you're in that kind of business and you want me to partake on some level and do a video on it, I'll be more than happy to do so. And that is putting a supercharger on our 7.3. Heidi and I had a hard discussion 3 months ago, about 3 months ago, and we were thinking about it pretty heavily. I would love to do that video. Listen to the birds. That's loud out there.
Yeah, I hear them every night.
I'm just so happy that 3,000 people come to my channel and watch our videos monthly. It blows my mind that many people stop by. We get 2,000 to 3,000 views per 28 days. I know. Isn't that funny?
So it's 10,000 grand to do it.
10 grand to do it. Well, the price that we got at the time, I think, was 7,000. Yeah, I think it was 7,000. Unfortunately, spam filters don't know what context you're using the word in, right?
It's true.
Yeah, the content on the other channel, if we ever slowed down our RV stuff to a lot, I mean, if on down the road at some point, if we really stopped RVing, basically, which I can't imagine that ever happening, to the point where we say, hey, we're selling everything and we're just going to sit here for the rest of our lives. But I definitely have always wanted to do the get hold of an old vehicle, drag it into my house, to my garage, to my shop, to my driveway, whatever. One that's been sitting forever and trying to get it to run and drive, and just kind of making old cars and put them back on the road again. I would love to do that. Not making them all show trailer queens and stuff like that. Just take old cars and put them on the road again. I enjoyed that. I mean, I used to do that with mowers all the time. Thing is you'd spend more time and effort with mowers because you can never find parts and crap. You're fabricating so much stuff, and it's just the outcome on that is not as good as having a car, obviously. Wow. But yeah, an old VW truck. That's something that's funny because I've always wanted to work on VWs. I mean, it's air cooled. I've worked on air cooled engines for so long. I would like to kind of do that. I think with the knowledge you have, why not do it on an RV? We did on our '92 RV. I mean, we took that old RV and new tires, wheels. I'm sorry, new tires. Redid the brakes.
But unfortunately, we can't do that now because we don't have a place.
Right. Complete new roof. Rebuilt the trusses. Repainted it.
It wasn't the only one we did.
Right. We did it with our pop-up camper prior to that. Heidi paid $150 for it. $125 for our pop-up. We sold it for $2,800 after we camped in it 2 times. New canvas, new floors. Rebuilt a cabinet, made a new cabinet, replumbed everything.
Painted everything.
Repainted everything.
Yeah.
Our pop-up prior to that was an Apache pop-up. We did a lot of work on that. Plastic weld, pancake batter mix weld mech with that stuff that we got at Lowe's that you made chemical welding and had to repair the If you guys don't know, Apache pop-up campers are hard side pop-ups. They have no canvas.
They're pretty cool.
And they use these ABS style plastic corners and ends and stuff, and ours had a crack. But anyways, has a 57 Merc rotting away in the driveway. Oh, that's a shame. And they'll probably never get rid of it.
Yeah.
Just, you get those people that they think their vehicle's worth $1 million and it's just sitting rotting. It's probably worth nothing, but you can't get them to get rid of it. They're hoarders. They have to have it. They need to keep it there. It's got some kind of a psychological tie that they can't get rid of. Mm-hmm. And we see that a lot. We see a lot of people. It's like, why is that car out there? Why don't you sell that car? Oh, I can never sell that. You know how much that thing's worth? It's worth crap. I mean, look at it. It's falling apart. Give it to somebody that's going to fix it and make it nice. Oh, one day. I'm going to get into that one day, and I'm going to one day, and it never happens. Year after year after year. We've seen cars. We drove by one up from our house going to the high school. Sat on the right-hand side of the road.
It's terrible looking now.
It was in the driveway. It was
Camaro.
Real nice old Camaro. We're not Chevy fans, right. But it was a really beautiful old, like 68 Camaro. Mm-hmm. They put it up on stands. It was all primered up. They were doing something on it. They worked on it a little bit. They put a tarp on. The tarp is shredded. It has come apart in so many pieces. It's just sitting there. It's been sitting there for 20 plus years.
Yeah, it's been there since the late 80s.
It's crazy. It's like, well, whatever. Years. Yeah, whatever. And people just won't do it. They won't come off of it. Mm. I'm the exact opposite. I can't stand when we've got something that's really decent. And I think, if we start using it again we need to sell it now while it's real nice. Well, we'll get good money for it and people will enjoy it. They'll have it. That's like our camper, our Terry camper. We got it all top notch, remodeled inside out, did everything to it. I mean, go back and check out that video if you haven't ever seen that. We did pretty much everything you could think to the RV to make it really, really nice and awesome to use. And we sold it to a couple. They full-timed in it briefly, but they went out west. They stayed out west in it the whole time. They'd come back home till Christmas. Then they went down to Florida. They were in Florida for whatever. Then they came back and it sat in their driveway and they finally sold it to somebody, I think their son. But he told me, he says, Mike, you was absolutely right. I had not one single problem with the RV the entire time I owned it. Everything worked exactly the way it's supposed to. Well, it should. I mean, we went over everything. But yeah, it's all right. I mean, it's nice. I like doing that stuff. I have to get enthused about it though. And right now I feel more enthused about the cars than I do the RVs. The RVs are okay. I could see us maybe doing one of those little canned ham ones, maybe. You know, those little single axle ones from the 60s. You know which ones I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like an old Shasta camper or something. Maybe.
I could see us doing something like we did before.
With the Terry?
Not the small ones.
Oh, you'd rather do a bigger one, a Terry one?
Yeah.
It wasn't difficult.
Yeah.
I love the way they put the generators. Lots of knowledge. That's up. Oh yeah, yeah. I like the gen. You know what? I actually like the generator more on the old one, the way it was set up. Other than it wasn't protected from the weather. And if I would have protected it from the weather and secured it to the RV or a box on it, I needed to make a box for it. But it ran on propane. It had that automatic changeover. I thought that was so cool. I like that. I would love to do that again, to where it just stayed plugged in all the time. So all I had to do is go and flip on the propane and connect the propane and pull the cord push the button. Sorry, push the button, and it would start, run, and it would automatically power the rig. I didn't have to plug it in or anything because it always stayed plugged in. Yeah. I'd like to do that again. I like that kind of refill burner. Golf carts. Yeah, golf carts. Wish I had the video of the work. Took a couple old non-functioning carts and recently sold them for 5 times what I paid. Golf carts are always... You know what's funny? Golf carts have always brought in really good money for years. Thank God the battery technology is getting a lot better on the electric ones. But the gas... I like the gas ones. And I've never liked the 3-wheel ones, although if it says Harley Davidson on it, those guys will pay huge money for those 3-wheel Harley Davidson ones. Of course, the 4-wheel Harley Davidsons even get more. But yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Yamaha carts, but they still did well because, I don't know. I just didn't like the way they looked, I guess. They have a funny front end. But golf carts always did really good for money. And the reason I say that is because we'd go to auction all the time buying used equipment, and I can never stand there even on a rainy day and there's only 10 of us bidding, and we come up to a golf cart and the money just comes out of nowhere. All these people are just throwing money at this stuff immediately. Where there's other times that we got into places like that one zero turn I bought. I bought this really nice zero turn. I paid $438 for it. I literally came home and and then put it out for sale and sold it for $1,800. I didn't even the auctioneer's like, hey, you guys are missing out on this one. Somebody's not paying attention. I think one guy threw up one more bid, and it made me pay, like, instead of $400, I paid like $425 or $450. And that was it. They sold it. I brought that home. I don't know. She probably didn't expect me to bring it home. And I told her I couldn't pass it up. And if you go to the auction long enough and you do it over and over and over again like we did.
We bought some dandies home.
Yo, Heidi bought this one mower. It was a mosquito fog machine. You fire that thing up, boy, they got us good. But we did fix it and we sold it. The kids played with it for a while. And both of our kids, when they were 8 and 9, they both had their own riding mowers. These little Simplicity Yeomans. They're just little tiny mowers. I think they were 24-inch cuts. They were small, but we bought a lot of good stuff. Bought a mini bike. There were sometimes I would buy just parts. That one mowing deck for the Cub Cadet, and then I bought that old. That's when I had that old Cub Cadet 71 or whatever it was. And anyways, we're getting on another topic altogether there. What do you think about those new fridges with the 12 volts? Yes. Yep, you're good. I think we need a generator here. I'm in New England. I wouldn't trust it. Nope. The 12-volt refrigerators are awesome. If you go back just a little bit in this video, Cheryl, after we're done, if you go back and watch it just before you got on, I talked about those 12 volts. No problem with them whatsoever. Electric car. I have to itch to play with it too. You know which Heidi knows. I tried to buy an electric, the city car. Remember those? Yeah, we went to buy a city car and it just didn't work out. Golf works like gold inside these mobile home parks in Florida. Well, I didn't realize, who was it? Why can't I remember their names at the villages?
John. And Carla.
John and Carla. Why did I forget that? How did I forget that? Anyways, it was funny that they said that you have to have a gas golf cart for the villages because electric ones won't make it from one side to the other. It's so big.
It is too.
It's huge. That place is huge. And they fly. They fly through there. Everybody flies through there. It's a great way to get around. It's funny because you just got people that want to put out money and put out their hands for monies and make rules and stuff like that. But I'm telling you, after having our electric bikes and these electric scooters, the reason these electric bikes are not going the kind of speeds that they can go is because the regulators are all saying, oh, you can't go above 20 miles an hour. You can't do it because that's something entirely different. Who cares if it does more than 20 when it comes right down to it, as long as you're not riding where pedestrians are. And the thing is that you're in a weird category because now you're doing, I mean, how many pedestrians are walking at 20 miles an hour? So now you're on a sidewalk because you're doing 20. You don't want to be out in the road. There's no bike lane. So you're wanting to get on the sidewalk. The laws say you can be on the sidewalk. You just got to make sure that you yield to the pedestrians, which is perfectly normal. But it's in between. Why don't you make one that actually goes with traffic? You know, make stuff that goes with traffic and life would be a lot easier. And they could. These things can.
Yeah, but they're not safe on the road.
I don't know. Are they?
Get killed for sure.
How do you know?
Well,
we had mopeds that did 50 miles an hour.
I know.
And we never
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, we're not allowed to use the scooters here.
Oh.
I don't know what that was. We rented a golf cart first time for dinner. Fine. We started taking our own after that. So just it's way too much. I think that the more I think we're getting there. I mean, look at the electric cars, the Teslas. Who would have thought? I mean, those things they're desirable. I should say who would have thought? Obviously, Elon Musk did. But it's wild that as a person who enjoys working on small engines, figuring out engines, making them work, stuff like that, and someone that don't know a lot about electrical and how that works. I mean, I know how electrical works in automotive and on small engine, but as far as knowing how electric works with battery, cars and battery controlled units, I don't know what I can get away with and what I can tweak and what I can up and what I can just in general maintenance and fix and modify. I don't know that much about that stuff. Even with that being said, I never had a gas powered chainsaw but 2 times, and we had an electric chainsaw. It's like, forget this. Why do we got it? Even all my corded tools, I was so happy to get rid of that and go into a battery powered saws and stuff like that. Of course, they have their shortcomings, but for the most part, it was the way to go. Even our son-in-law, his first mower, which they still have, he has this with 2 big battery packs. He's got some kind of big electric mower. Heidi used it. I mean, it cuts through some grass, and again, this is coming from a small engine guy. I'm telling people, listen, if you have a choice between a pressure washer, if you don't have any great demand other than just to wash your vehicle off, get an electric one. Why mess with the gas and the oil and the weight and all that stuff when you can get an electric one? As long, that's putting out 2,000, 2,500 psi instead of getting a gas one. Unless you're doing commercial stuff, you need 5,000 psi or something crazy. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it anymore. So it's kind of going the same thing with the cars and the bikes and stuff like that. The remember, these motor scooters are actually these kick scooters. They had motors on them long time ago. The GoPeds, all those GoPeds were 2 strokes, and they were kind of big back in the day. But when it come down to it, they noisy, stinky. People, modded them out. They were loud. They were fast and everything, but why don't do electric? I was one of the first people import e-bikes into Canada. The first time I rode an e-bike, went 20 miles on a single battery charge. I was blown away. Yeah. Ran that e-bike with Tisney or so. Oh, cool. Yeah, e-bikes, that's cool. They make portable battery systems now that you can power some crazy stuff. You just power your house and grid off anything smaller. It's convenience. The battery technology has really come a long ways. Stayed in Maine for a month. We never went out to a restaurant. Pubs down. Yeah, I'm sure that I could get a handle on the electric stuff, but you know what? I'd rather just call up somebody and say, "Hey, listen, this is what I want to do." I don't think I'm going to get to that. Honestly, the only way I think I'd like to get to that is actually with the bikes we currently have. Is tell them I would love to send off the rear wheel tire and everything and have them put a better, stronger, more powerful motor in it, and then send me the controller that I need and give me a battery add-on or something that I need to plug in and just do it that way. Thing is at that point, you're spending so much money, why don't you just get a complete different e-bike? Heidi and I have already talked about it. We've discussed it a few times, that if we get into where we're sitting at one location for a long period of time, we always said that our rad power bikes were great bikes to have just sitting outside the RV to where we can hop on them and go. If we were staying long term somewhere, they were good, comfortable ride, all that stuff. There was nothing wrong with them. When the problem arose, whenever now it's time for us to go to the next campground. Now we got to take the front tires off and we got to load them up in there and we got to secure them with ratchet straps, the whole thing. That's why we got the electric bikes, so that we can just throw them in the tote. We put the totes in the back of the RV and we're done with it. Now, as far as them for long periods of time, sitting at the campground, they're okay. We can leave them out and we have them all locked up just like we did the rad power bikes, and they're covered. But as far as the ride over a great distance, it's a little wearing. So if we get into a situation, and well, let me add one more aspect to that whole thing. That's the reason I got the scooter, because that scooter, even though you're only supposed to do a certain speed, it gets me to that speed right now. Now, I might go over that speed a little bit, but nonetheless, it gets me up to that speed right away. And once I'm at that, I get through traffic better, everything. I feel so much more comfortable about riding that thing. But if I could have a bike that did what the scooter did, and we were in one place, so it don't have to fold up and be funky, it could actually be designed. Yeah, I would do that. However, you're talking a lot of money. I mean, they're $3,600 a piece.
Get a car for that.
Right.
Well, barely now.
Yeah, cars are expensive anymore. How many of you guys remember the old cheap car? I don't know how many cars I bought for $150, $300, $500, and I'd drive for years. Sure, they're beat up and rusty and stuff like that. Had holes in the fenders. Couldn't keep putting anything in the trunk if you wanted to keep it dry, especially in the rain. But yeah, I don't know. So newer subdivision housing rarely comes with a big yard. So that might explain why cordless motors become so popular. Right now, our son-in-law, he lives in a house that was built in the 70s.
I believe so.
And it is how big's their property, you think?
It's like 2 city lots.
Yeah, but he should have had a rider, I think, from the beginning. But he had that electric push mower with those 2 batteries, and that's what he used. Yeah. And he doesn't mow every single day. I mean, he'd wait till the grass got high, and he'd have to almost bale it, but the mower would do it. It would do it. It was one of those egos or something,
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty cool.
It's powerful. It's a powerful mower. I was shocked how much you could mow with it and how well it mowed. You should look into the crank motor rather than a hub motor. Yes, I've looked at that.
We're not getting any more bikes right now.
Yeah, that's true.
This is our second, and that's silly.
Yeah, it is silly.
It's the silliest.
I think
purchase
this
that
matter of
we
fact,
made.
as soon as we get in a location for any period, I think the scooters are going to go bye bye. I still think her scooter by far is that Segway 9-buck G30 Max or whatever, the original, not the new one. That thing it's just awesome. It's got an app. It's perfect. It's got the charging brick built into it. I mean,
Simple.
It's simple. It's light. It's feasible. You can use it as long as you've got smooth. It's got to be smooth. There's no suspension. It's got to be a smooth sidewalk or road or whatever you're riding on to really be able to enjoy it. But it does a great job. It's really one of those things that you could carry into your work or carry into your house or carry into your RV and just set it off to the side. You know, it is 40 pounds, but still, it's much better than like mine is like a beast. I mean, mine's a beast. You know, it's 80 pounds or whatever it is, and it's just a handful. You know, you're not doing much with that other than riding the crap out of it. Full suspension. You know, you got to be quick on the trigger. It's fun. But hers, I always loved it because it was like the perfect little Swiss Army knife. You know, and it just did so much so well, and it was of course really cheap. Or mine again, beast tank expensive. So we're going to end up definitely selling mine. But I think we'll have to sell hers too. If we didn't sell hers, I wouldn't be so hurt about it. I think that it would be okay. But mine, I think I need to get. Hey guys, met you at Water's Edge, Okeechobee. Cool. Currently in Michigan. Ohio full-timer.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, but I don't remember. Why can't I remember?
I think they were just a few spots down from us.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, no Okeechobee for us. We're not going to do Okeechobee. We'll be in Vero Beach. Oh, Carla and Ken took their message down. I have a Snow Joe blower. Yes, that Snow Joe snowblower looked awful enticing. I was going to get it for Heidi because she was responsible for cleaning her sidewalks at her work. She would be the first one there. Now, let me rephrase that. She wanted to do that because she didn't trust anybody else to do it. And I was thinking about getting her that because it had some decent reviews on Amazon. Oh, Bob and Cheryl. Okay. That makes sense now. Bob and Cheryl at Happy Hour.
Oh, yeah.
That's good to hear from you guys. Yeah, we're not going to do Okeechobee this year. We're definitely going over to we'll be in Vero Beach. January to May. Yeah, May. Until May.
Yeah.
Maybe longer. We don't know. It's
probably not. We'll be moving around.
Yeah, well, we're going to be moving around, but man, I'd like to latch my hands on a site there. And
I don't think that's a good idea with the way things are going with what we have going. Being stationary is not something we should be doing.
Yeah, well, that could be. Swap out the current pedal system on a lightweight bike, mount the battery to the frame, and off you go. Yeah, I need a suspension. I have to do a mountain bike. Then I want a big seat. Then next thing you know, I want a moped. So that's why we keep on looking at, which we won't get, I'm sure, because they're just too expensive. That juiced bike, that Hyper Scorpion with the extra battery. Because it's a moped. It's comfortable. It's comfortable for me to ride. Gotta try to have to leave it behind sometimes. Yeah, you pick up that. You carry the electric.
I don't pick up the electric bike and put it in the back of the truck.
The scooter. I thought you were talking about the scooter.
No.
Oh. Yeah, Heidi definitely don't pick up the electric bike.
The only thing I can pick up is the small scooter.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Your
Even
scooter.
that, yeah, but we're talking about the bikes.
Ah. Okay, what time is it?
It's almost 10:30.
Oh, 10:30. All right, we're going to have to start closing it down because...
we got some things to do.
And then... then wake up.
Early.
Hook up and tow.
We got a lot of stuff done prior to here.
I got to put away the computer.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But yeah, we got to hit the road early in the morning. Got like a 4-hour drive.
Right.
And
well, we got to stop. I don't know how many. Oh, is it 4 hours to
it's over sisters? 4 hours. So I just did. I don't know. I don't have the address. I have no idea. Oh, I did.
Thanks, Stephanie.
I did. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna meet up with my sister and her husband, who is a friend of ours. Me and my brother used to hang out with it. Oh, it is 4 hours. Wow. I did tell that story.
Yeah.
Me and my brother used to go dirt bike riding and shooting guns and hanging out with the neighbor that we moved into the neighborhood. He's Brian's age, your age, right? Mm-hmm. Anyways, he was younger than I was. Anyway, again, hung out with him, and he's like, "Oh man, I think your sister's hot." And it's like, it's my sister. You know, you just don't. It's your sister. You don't look at her that way, right?
Weird.
Yeah. So, anyway, they got married. They've been married for a long time. They've been married longer than us, right? Yeah. We were dating whenever I was the best man there, right?
It's easy to be married longer than us.
Oh, we've been together longer. Been together.
Yeah, it was just like a year or so.
Right. So, yeah, we've been together 31 years or whatever.
No 2-sink bathroom counter.
Even in a $2 million
mobile home.
Right. Thanks, Keith.
That's awesome.
60 miles without pedaling. I like that. Yeah, I love the like I said, I love the Rad Rover 5. It was comfortable. I think the seat. I would like to have a bike that has suspension front and rear. See, the thing is the e-bikes are kind of for us replacing what we had for years, and that was mopeds. We had our favorite mopeds by far was, because I had a whole slew of them, was she had an anniversary model Thomas, and I had a Thomas. They were both top tank Targas, 2-speed, and then hers do about 43 miles an hour. Mine would do 54 miles an hour, and I'm talking about my big butt on it, not all tucked in behind it or anything. I'm talking sitting upright, just throttle cranked. But they were loud. They were kind of obnoxious in the park. Of course, we had to haul gasoline with us. They go quite a ways on a tank of gas, but you had to have insurance. Or, I'm sorry, you had to have, in Ohio, you had to have tags on it. You didn't have to have insurance. But a lot of the parks, they frowned on it. A lot of the parks didn't understand the rules behind it. Some of them thought they were toys. Some of them thought they were motorcycles. They're registered vehicles for the road. Any way you look at them. Some of them thought you had to have insurance, but they actually fall under the category of moped. I'm sorry, like moped, same category as farm equipment. I used to have to carry around the Ohio Revised Code to show people, to explain to them we don't need insurance. Even though it is on the road, it's more, that's a bicycle thing more than a moped thing, even though they look like motorcycles. So we were very comfortable on them. We would go on very long rides at decent speeds, long ways. They weren't supposed to do over 20 miles an hour. Nobody gave us crap that they would do 40 and 50 miles an hour, though. They were just really nice to have. So we're trying to replace that with electric. And the only thing that I've seen that's even come close is, like I said, that Hyper Scorpion, because It is laid out like a moped. It has front and rear suspension. They're actually calling it an e-moped, I believe. The other thing that we would consider doing definitely is the Segway 9-bot E200P. I want that one so bad. They're not importing it in the US. I have no idea how to get it. You being up in Canada, tell me if you can get it somehow. I have no idea how much it's going to cost, but I want that one. I would definitely like it. And the only reason is because if it's anything like the Segway 9-bot scooter that she has, that is some well-engineered. That's a well-engineered piece of equipment. It's just a little, like I said, Swiss Army knife that just does it. It just does it. It's everything's feasible about it. And I was really impressed with that. Now I contacted a Segway dealer in the US. They said they can't get it. I contacted Segway US directly and they said, "No, sorry. Why don't you look at our E80P, which is some little tiny thing that's not going to work for me. I want the one that does like 50 miles an hour and will still do like 70 miles." It's a scooter. I mean, it's really a scooter. If we got to get tags for it, that's fine, but I would rather do something like that. Anyways, that's it.
We're trying to say goodbye.
I know. I hear about the legal confusion. When e-bikes came together, we formed a team and fought the laws and made e-bike legal on the bike pass in Canada. We still have, in the U.S. here, of course, the e-bikes are legal federally. They're legal everywhere unless there's local ordinances that have been put in place. And, of course, sidewalks, bike paths, certain bike paths, even the communities. There are certain bike paths you can't go on. Other ones, they don't care. They treat them just like it. If it's a class 3, of course, they don't fit on anything. But the class 2s, you're okay for the most part. Some places require you to wear helmets. Some of them don't. And every time we move, it's something different. I could ride
to research the laws. Sometimes it's difficult.
We're in Oregon, and I can ride the electric bike, which we had the rad power bikes in. I could ride the electric bike anywhere I wanted to go without a helmet. But if I got on the scooter, I had to wear a helmet. And it's like, I don't understand that. What's the difference? I mean, you got the same risk all the way around. So anyways, too much still here too. And of course, I don't know. It's what catches people's eyes. We had mopeds that look like bicycles with motors on them. The Chow, she had a Vespa Chow that was from 76. And you could tell it was a moped. But it was just this little motor. It was a funky looking thing. And of course, functioning pedals. Never got looked at twice about anything for that moped. But when we had our Thomas Targets, they look like little cafe racers. They got fairings. They got a tank with side panels and, the whole thing. They had loud exhaust on them. They look like motorcycles. And of course, at that point, everybody's like, "Oh, you can't ride those in here." And I mean, it's just, so the electric bike thing, it's still, I think they're trying to figure out a way to get their hand out to get some money from them. And they just can't figure it out yet. So they're making so many rules that it's making it difficult or making it to where you don't want to get it because they haven't figured out a way to get the money for it yet. Yeah, stick to 20. See, I don't mind. I think the 20 mile per hour, I have no problem with doing the 20. As long as there's bike lanes, number one, or we can use them on bike paths, and park stuff, which we can do at some places. But I think the problem lies is you need to have more power. You need to have a 40 mile per hour bike that you only do 20 on. That's what I think, because that's to get going with traffic and keep with traffic and go up hills and stuff like that. You need that more powerful system just to keep you doing 20, even going up a hill. I'm not going to do 40 everywhere. I'm going to hardly do 40 at all. I might do it occasionally, but I want to just be able to do the 20 and get to the 20 and stay at the 20. Instead of slowly getting up to 20 and then half the cars that pass you, you know how that is. You're so far from the curb. They don't want to give you, I learned a valuable lesson with mopeds. You ride in the lane far enough from the white line that the car has to cross over into oncoming traffic to go around you. Because if you try to stay as close as you can as a courtesy to the white line so they can get around you a little easier, you'll always have, out of 10 cars that pass you, one that barely gets over when an oncoming car is coming at them and just barely misses you because they think they're going to clear you. They don't know their vehicle that well. And you're on the road and you're in their way. So we've always, with our mopeds, we always rode out away. We always rode out into the roadaways. All right. I'm late, but we're here. We have regular old beach bikes, LOL. Well, Mark, you're catching us right at the end, unfortunately. Oh, man. I hate that. I hate whenever we do that. Cars can go over 100. And they tell people to do legal speed for saying we need to bike speed. Yes, you're right. Yeah, we're gonna have to close off here and do our. We gotta put a lot of stuff away yet tonight. Like I said, we gotta get up early. We're 4 hours away. We have to be at that other place at 11. My sister and her husband work nights, so they get off at 8 a.m. So they're kind of.
We gotta leave at 7.
Yeah, so 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. That'll get us there right at 11. Because I got a full tank of gas. So if we leave here at 7, is it dark out at 7?
No.
Okay, so that means we need to get hooked up and everything around 6:15 to 6:30. Okay, yeah, we definitely got to get off here. Hi, Herbie, we need the chat. Hey, Mark. Mark's just joined in. Can you recap the last 4 hours?
No, I'm pushing a button.
No.
I'm pushing the button.
Tomorrow, be safe. Appreciate it. Yeah,
Thanks. We'll figure out where maybe we can start setting up every month a certain day.
Yeah, it's not going to be Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tuesday's a weird day. Apparently, it's not a good day.
We'll see you
Thanks,
all later.
Mark. Appreciate it. Mark's been watching us for years.
Awesome.
I feel like I've been sitting here for years.
Yeah, my hips hurt.
All right, guys. Adios and
take care.
Heidi's going to tell you. What's he going to tell him?
As always, we hope to see you out here. Bye.
Bye, guys.